Oh,
Turn it up, Jim.
Is that as loud? That's not
Crank
great.
that jam.
I think it's I'm gonna have to re-record it. I have a vocalist track that's a little bit louder. I should have played that one, but it's got some vocals in it. Find your flow state. Find your flow state. Find your flow state. Find your flow state. Your flow state. Find your flow state. Find that flow state. 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 Hey everybody. Welcome to Flow State. Some new intro music I'm trying out. Happy New Year, everyone. What's going on?
Hey, Jim. It's good to be back with you in the driver's seat.
Oh, it's nice
for another Wednesday fun time.
Definitely.
I love you, bro.
You too, man. You too. How's everybody else doing?
good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I'm kind of getting over a cold. I had a cold this weekend, sort of a little bug going around, I guess.
No, dude, they flipped on that 5G to a new level. I think it's frying everybody.
Yeah, it sucks. Just killed my energy. I just felt like if I didn't rest every day way too much that I was going to get sick, like right on the verge of getting sick, but not quite getting sick. So I'm glad about that. Been pounding the vitamins, whatnot.
Taking that turmeric.
Taking that turmeric
tea.
Ginger turmeric combo.
You know me.
Where it's at.
This is the voice of AlanMarcus.com coming at you on a flow state.
Oh yeah, this is InnerversePodcast.com speaking now.
And this is occultpriestess.com.
Sorry, Joe.
This is Gordy. What's his face? Doing some nothing.
Gordy without a website. What's his face?
Gordy.org.
42 shoes.
Yeah, follow me on Instagram, guys. Gordy_2_shoes. I post all the owls on there. And
Gordy, you could almost just share your screen with your Instagram so people could see that.
Probably could, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at some owl pictures. That'd be fun. Would that be fun?
Yeah, sure.
I always sucker you guys into it. No, you're probably sick of it. You're like,
love your.
I can hear it in Jim's voice now. He's like,
oh, do it.
I love
your.
I
It's
don't know
not
if Rachel
obsessive.
has her ability to share her Minds page just to kind of scroll through it and show us
Yeah,
what
you should do
content's
that.
on there. Because I was
Yeah.
reading that, I was reading, is it Valkyrie Sparks on Minds? Brilliant stuff. I had never really even used Minds.com before.
Interverse is on Minds and has been for years, although it's really just a place to receive updates of when new videos come out. I'm not much into the
Chance.
blogging right now.
Are you able to show Valkyrie Sparks page on Minds.com? Just kind of scroll through that.
Yeah, I suppose. Let me get over to my other
At some
battle
point,
station.
at some point in the evening, kind of take it easy here. There's no rush for anyone.
Doing
We've
it right
got
now,
8
Alan.
people watching and only 2 thumbs up. Can we get some more thumbs up in the room? Thank you.
Woo.
More will trickle in. They know we take a minute to warm up.
I was just doing my Jason Burmis impression.
This entire show, FlowState number 6, is our sound test for our Saturday night show. So we take this opportunity to do our vocal exercises, tune our guitars, prepare ourselves for a more professional, as much as it can be for a Weaving Spiders Welcome episode. We do it all ourselves here. And this is our opportunity to just create and try new things. And for some of us, that means our technology. And we do get a little bit behind the scenes in the show to show you how we do our live streams. As many of us are hosts or producers or directors or somehow involved with a live stream in some capacity. So we use this show to describe that process of going live and hopping into a Zoom room and testing our white balance on our cameras and testing our audio and making sure there's no feedback and all of those things that go into the production quality of the show. It's okay to talk about now because this is a flow state. This is for art and artists, and we are all creators here.
Meow back to 33 the branch.
What's that?
We're meowing in the chat. Oh,
Oh.
I say meow. You see this evening.
Some cool cats in the YouTube chats tonight. Do we have some poetry to share?
Cool cats
Perhaps.
and YouTube chats.
Kind of do your snaps.
I screen shared Rachel's profile on Minds. It is minds.com/Valkyrie Sparks, but her username handle is Sunseed. And she's got some great writing here. Here's a recent post. Actually, no, this goes back to March, but it's pinned about archetypes. And she has shared her episode that she did with Divergence podcast, which I thought was really cool that she went on there. I like that the Spider-Verse is expanding further. And she has been marked safe from mass formation psychosis today. Very important.
Nice.
Yes.
Just for
Nasty.
those who are concerned.
Have we all marked ourselves safe?
No, not yet. Probably should.
Here's some
Yes,
review.
our loved ones are worrying about us somewhere. Oh my, oh no, oh dear.
I think it's funny.
I made a video on the topic called, I think it's like the spiritual blindness of mass. It's really mass hysteria, you guys. It's Salem witch trials all over again.
The new witch hunt.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing that, Chance.
Fuck.
My pleasure. Now I'm going to try to get my camera set up so people can see my doodles as I go. We just had a great vibe rant for those who were not present over on the Interverse YouTube channel and Rockfin. We started out speaking with Mark, a co-spider, co-conspirator, Mark Steves from My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. And then as the vibe rant went on, we got Gordy in the house and Mike from the Alpha Vedic podcast. So it was a really cool quadrinity foursome.
It was
We're
fun.
all over the
Really
map.
fun.
It was good, spontaneous fun.
Good chemistry in that room.
Oh, yeah.
Good show. Good show.
And our friend Gabriel, who is not present tonight, but I probably hanging out in the wings watching us, he graced me with an excellent conversation on Interverse last night. Me and Slick Dissonant, where we talked about the 2 pillars of public and private. I thought that was an excellent conversation, very Weaving Spiders-esque, but just with 2 spiders in the mix.
Right. So,
Did
I don't know
anybody
if I
catch
should-
that?
Yeah, of course I did. So I was really thinking about that last night, and
Especially we could have talked a lot more about the Spider-Man connection, because that movie
Yeah.
synchronistically was like all about it on a meta level, all about public and private.
yeah, I was thinking about the 2 pillars thing, and when I was doing a little qigong channeling kind of thing, I was feeling that Shakti Shiva thing and Aho and Po vibe. Like it was like it's, oh yeah, there you go. But I think it's the same kind of force, the creator destroyer force. That was awesome.
Where did you learn about Shakti and Shiva?
Well, I didn't.
That kind of makes sense because they're not just creator destroyer. It's the masculine and feminine forces of the universe, period.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Corinne. Yeah. You were perfect. Why am I not talking to you about this? Jesus.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody talks to me about this stuff.
Yeah. So this ties right back in with the 2 pillars and the Yakim and Boaz thing. And it's the same force, right?
Well, now look at your history, okay, and see what came first, Shakti or Shiva, or the Abrahamic tradition that tried to interpret Shakti and Shiva through their lens.
Oh, it's much more, yeah, it's much more ancient, much more, the ancients have always known these truths, I think,
That's what
So
Dylan's books
what
are all
you're
about, is
using-
how the Hindu stuff is all just repackaged in every Occidental cult and religion that we ever got. It's all just repackaged Hinduism.
Well, I disagree with that because there's also the Egyptian, and that is an extremely different flavor. But we are talking about different ages of not even like mankind history, but soul history of the planet, which actually no one has ever talked about.
We talked about it on Vibrant.
Oh, really? I've never heard anyone talk about the soul history of the planet. That
A
would be
little
awesome.
bit. We touched on it.
So you understand that these different tribes came from soul-wise, not in spaceships, came from other higher consciousness places, which you might want to call planets. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the gist of where
How
we're
did
going
they do
with
that? That's what I want to know.
How did
How
we
did they do that?
incarnate?
There's so many different ideas on how they did that.
it.
Well,
It's something
would you like ideas, or do you want to
in
know
the
how it's
mystery of
done?
the wave and the particle, that wave particle duality.
I mean, I want to know.
Yeah, there's a big difference I found in wanting to know, like to play with it, to have a philosophy to chew on, to enjoy, versus actually knowing the facts of how something works. And
I like to know the mechanics of it.
yeah, me too.
Like, how does this happen? How does it
Exactly.
manifest in the physical world? I want to know how that actually works.
That's how I
There are
speak
so
with my
many
spirit
ways.
guide. Exactly like a child. Like, why is the sky blue? and tell me why,
Mhm.
because I really want to know like the ins and outs. And I don't mean physically, I mean metaphysically. Why does it happen? And that's the mechanics of the astral and above, the soul realms. And again, something nobody's talking about. And when I try to talk about it, people shut me up.
Yeah, they can't. It's so far beyond their comprehension, though. They don't understand we're living in both worlds.
We used to understand it. We used to understand that when you die, you either become a ghost or you're up in heaven. We used to understand that, like as farming people. That's the problem. We don't have farms anymore. We don't understand nature anymore.
Yeah,
Therefore, we
nobody's
do not understand ourselves.
exactly. Nobody's
Mhm.
fucking connected to the earth anymore. How
Right.
the fuck would you know what you're doing if you're not you've never fucking talked to your mother?
I try, dude. I'm trying. I do the barefoot walks. I'm doing my best.
You're doing it, man. I'm not talking to you guys here. You know.
I'm getting myself all set up still. There's a lot to do to have these multiple cameras going, but I've got a new plan. Busted out an old laptop with a USB webcam. So I think this is going to go great.
Okay, I
Jim
finally
will
figured out
let
where
me
we
in
were.
my second version of me in a second. That'd be great.
So Gordy, we were at the two towers behind the priestess in the tarot cards, the BJ, the blowjob, the B&J, right?
Tab
Let's go
is
to
the
the B&J,
Joachim
right? So what did you call it? Boaz and
and Boaz.
But
what's the first
Corinne, did you
one?
know that Google search has been replacing the tracing boards with images of an S and a B instead of a J and a B? The J has
Yeah.
been turned into an S.
What's a tracing board?
Oh,
Oh,
shall we-
Masonic tracing boards, the images that show the two pillars with the B and the J,
Oh,
the
On-
teaching
on
we
a-
tools.
don't use
on
that
a-
language where I talk.
On a practical level, a tracing board is a piece of art that you put like a placemat on a table and you look down at it and you can trace in your mind or with your fingers over it to trace over the images, to trace them onto your mind. So there's a practical teaching aspect to look at a piece of paper, which is a piece of art, which is symbolically representing. And when Chance is saying Google image search is replacing the images of actual published Masonic tracing boards with altered art to change the letters on the pillaring, might be the question of, is that a mandala effect because they're intentionally changing an S from a J to a B to an to confuse people further, because that was at some point, right, a secret. This is a secret doctrine. It's an initiatory experience to use a tracing board to learn the lessons of your degree, to get your degree in an educational sense through the initiation. And now this tracing board might be changing, or there might be alterations made digitally. Certainly the Google search results have been adjusted.
Yeah, that's super weird, dude.
yeah, it's definitely.
That's why I
it's
think the
definitely
mandala
changed.
effect isn't real.
It's not real. If you go
Well,
to
they made it up so that
mandalaeffect.com,
it's easier.
I
you'll
don't
see
do
the
that.
woman who made the mandala effect. And
I think it's only the stuff
mandalaeffect.com.
that's digital that can be altered digitally. So I don't
Yeah, it's
see any.
1984. It's not spooks in the machine. It's not a ghost in the machine. It's just 1984.
Well, they
And-
may be using a type of algorithmic, soft intelligence to do the changing. That way they can go and pick up and scrub it across the board, like the Peter Thiel Palantir
Book
software.
burning. This is book burning.
Yeah,
Digital book burning. We've
Yeah.
been dealing with this for at least 5 years.
Yeah, at least.
Or, well, some of us, I guess. I thought all of us had.
Oh, the ones that have been online making content longer definitely are dealing with it, because I bet if you go back to videos 5 or definitely 8 or 10 years old, your old links are probably mostly ghosted now.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of it's gone.
But the point is, we're talking about Masons and we were talking about Abrahamics, the B and the J, right? And we're talking
Yeah.
about them switching that up. Only people that need to worry about that is people who are under the Masonic rule or under the Abrahamic law. If you are not under those, if your soul does not have a contract with that territory, then you don't need to worry about what they're doing with their flock, because I'm sure not many of us are part of that flock. You understand, it's not a very good flock. You really don't want to be part of that club. It's a big club,
Right.
and I don't want to be in it.
Oh, fair enough.
But all the books are referencing the Abrahamic, aren't they? And why is that, my friends? Because the conspiracy goes to your books and what you're being taught. And that's why I don't like most of these books. But you guys bring them up and read them and bring up the topics. And I'm like, well, I understand the older version of that, not this Masonic control grid.
Well, the thing I have to read isn't Masonic if it makes you feel better.
Oh,
It's
I
not
wasn't
along those
busting on
lines.
anything. I was just trying to teach, really.
If it's not your flavor. I
Right.
got you.
So since we brought it up, let's address it directly and then put a nail in that Masonic coffin, perhaps, about tracing boards, right? So let me share my screen again. And I'll show you what we're kind of looking at. So it might just be that we are a little bit confused or misinformed ourselves.
Yeah, do you
And-
just mean the black and white checkerboard? Is that what you're talking about?
Do you see the image here? This is what we might consider a tracing board. But again, I don't know the authenticity of this. I don't know who posted it.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's
this is
pretty
an
much
artistic
what they look like.
rendering. But the general idea is you kind of type in tracing board using a different search
Yeah,
engine.
these ones with the borders are the best, dude. The ones with the borders. Yeah, those are good.
This says it's a first degree tracing board. Well, what does that mean? I don't know that we
Well,
really
it
have the
means,
answer.
well, I do. Shit,
Well, what
I
is a
know
tracing board
Masonic.
to you?
One thing that creeped me out while I was looking
It's
up this up
hilarious.
just the
I
other
know the answer.
day, I think it was during
So here-
the stream with Gabriel yesterday. I was looking up tracing boards, and I got my antivirus dinged me with a warning that one of these Freemasonic websites was trying to put something onto my computer, and I never even went to the website. It was coming through the Google image search, just loading the image through.
So
Google
here's
search.
a pillar with an S at the base. Here's another pillar with a B at the base and another pillar with a W at the base. Is this what you were seeing and thinking that somehow it was changed?
I mean, I don't know if it's changed. It's just I never in my life saw S's instead of J's until all of a sudden I was
Right.
seeing as much or more S's than J's. It was like one day it was one way and the next day it was the other way in the search results. And we saw with the mass formation psychosis just a few days ago that the search results for those terms were changing minute by minute really quickly towards deflecting people away from the concept as it had been presented, I believe, on Joe Rogan. So that's another weird layer of all this.
This is how the muggles wake up, friends. Many of us woke up many years ago, hopefully,
That's
and
all I
even
know.
in your own personal private way, not that you became a conspiracy theorist, but that God talked to your heart and you knew what was coming. And I assume everyone here in this chat knew something weird was coming.
Yep,
Mhm.
absolutely. For
Yes.
years.
That's
The pillar
reassuring
of
to hear, friends.
Joaquin
Thank you.
and Boaz, the J and the B, and people are saying, oh, I recognize the initials J and B, and I say, let's go, Brandon.
Well, you know, it's also blowjob. That's what I've always had it as, like, for years, like 20 years. Because again,
Well,
it's
J and
Abrahamic.
B, that's a Joe blow.
I
not a
don't know
blowjob.
that. But yeah, fuck Joe
Monica
Biden.
Lewinsky.
A Joe blow, yeah, a JB, not a BJ or a PB and J.
Job or Job.
But all of those
Much.
little initials mean something. If we know that Boda means something, but it's all Abrahamic. And I don't see that you can find the true mysteries through studying something that was inverted.
No, the best it can do is lead you to similar concepts in other areas.
It can help you recognize the older stuff and maybe like use it as a bridge to say language wise, you know, because there's the ancient stuff is hard to understand sometimes, but when your soul is ancient, then you kind of get a Shakti pot boom and a download when you're
Mm.
reading these ancient texts. And in a regular state of mind, it's very difficult to read these texts, but with your heart open, when you're meditating, then the texts
Mhm.
speak to you. And so does art, obviously.
Nature. That's
Shakti
how nature
Shiva,
does.
right?
Yeah. 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 And I think that's why it is. I'm super grounded now. And that's why it's so strong.
That's so
Like,
funny because Shiva, when I'm ungrounded, when I'm like full of electricity,
Yeah.
Shiva will literally sit on my head because my Kundalini is going wild. So Shiva's
Well,
great for grounding and
is a-
protection.
Is a grounding a hands-off approach to parenting as opposed to giving a spanking? You would ground your child and have them sit in the corner for a while.
Well, that's really difficult for me to conceptualize since I was talking about something in like a higher dimension, and then to bring it down to earth terms just diminishes it to bubble gum.
Bubblegum.
I
I'm
think it
all out
works.
of bubblegum. What is that quote from
Yeah.
They Live?
I am all out of bubble gum, dude.
Do you have
I'm here
any
to kick ass
videos that
and
you
chew
wanted to share
bubblegum.
with us?
I don't know. I'm just going with the flow state, man.
Yep. Trying to weave something together here and maybe segue into a possibility where you have a video that you might want to show us.
Well, I really appreciate that, Alan. Thank you. You hold my hand while I try to share the screen. Right? You're gonna hold my hand.
Yeah. I'm holding on.
Don't leave me
Holding on
hanging, man.
silently.
Okay.
And I know need both hands on a keyboard and a mouse. So
All that. So I'd like to share my screen to point at a web page. There it is. Okay, good. This is kind of like StreamYard. If you guys are using Zoom and you're comparing StreamYard, they're a little similar. Am I doing it right? Is it happening?
It's working here.
we're seeing it. If you hit play, we'll let you know if we hear it.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a little introduction. I'd like to play 3 videos I made in the last week and a half with my spirit guide. Obviously, it's how I do all my art. I work on inspiration only. I can't sit down and make a plan like regular people. And it's all together. It's about 9 minutes of your time. And I appreciate you and I appreciate your energy. Thank you. Okay, Occult Priestess. This was the prediction song of 2021 and made in January of 2021 that the DJ, God the DJ, said this is the song for the rest of the year, the theme song. And then I dressed it up after the year happened. That's as loud as it's getting, guys.
I'm not hearing it.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a
Try
before
again
you
with the
screen
advanced
share,
option.
there should be a checkbox to allow sound, basically.
Yeah, it should work. It worked before, so it should work for you. You might have to exit out and then jump back in to the screen share.
how do I shut down the screen share?
Is there an option to end the screen share? Because I'm trying to share this
There,
screen.
okay.
Okay. Yes. So share screen again in Zoom. And then when that pops up on the top, choose advanced and then make sure that computer audio is enabled. If you're sharing, there's a little
Should I optimize for
checkbox.
video clips?
Yeah, click share sound to say, yes, I want to share the sound, and then optimize for video clip
Okay,
and give that a try.
okay,
That
here we
should do it.
go. Doing it live, just like Berna says. All right. Let's see if we can hear it.
There it is. Yes.
All right,
Sound is great.
thank you.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change. Killed the Tsar and his ministers. Anastasia screamed in vain. I rode a tank, held a generous rank when the blitzkrieg raged and the bodies stank. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. Oh yeah. I was puzzling you is the nature of my game. Oh yeah. I watch with glee while you kings and queens fought for 10 decades for the gods they made. I shouted out, who killed the Kennedys? When after all, it was you and me. Let me please introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I lay traps for troubadours who get killed before they reach Bombay. Pleased to meet you. Hope you get my name. Oh yeah. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Oh yeah. Get down in it. Pleased to meet you. Hope you get my name. Oh yeah. But what's confusing you is just the nature of my game. Yeah. Just as every cop is a criminal, and all the sinners saints. As heads is tails, just call me Lucifer, 'cause I'm in need of some restraint. So if you meet me, have some courtesy, have some sympathy, and some taste. Use all your well-learned politics, or I'll lay your soul to waste. Yeah. Pleased to meet you. Hope you get my name. Yeah. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Mean it. Get down. Ah yeah. Get on down. Oh yeah. Tell me, baby, what's my name? Tell me, honey, I can't get my name. Tell me, baby, what's my name? Tell you one time, you're the baby. All right.
Thank you for sharing that. I think I need to watch it 3 or 4 more times.
Yeah, same.
I got 2 more quickies for you. They're really short.
There's a lot packed in there. That was awesome.
I tried
Should
to
we
do
react to the
Yeah,
first
there
one
you
before we do the next one?
I would like that. I never get feedback much.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes it takes a while to process it, to
Oh, I thought that was
conduct
cool.
some constructive criticism in our own minds before we put it aloud here.
I love that text graphics, the text graphics you had. It was like the
Yeah.
bathroom,
That was
the
very
writing
cool.
on the wall.
Dude, that is an official, like it's a video. So I stole that because it was my favorite like 3 or 4 years ago.
It's
And
very
so you just, it's Mosh Podge, I guess. You put a bunch of things together to tell a story.
I've definitely seen some wisdom on the bathroom wall.
Yes. The words of the prophets are written on the subway halls, tenement halls, and subway walls.
They
Yeah.
use that in the Matrix 4. There's very important text written on bathroom walls in the Matrix 4.
Which is also biblical too.
Yeah, the
Did
writing on
y'all
the wall.
see that the Prince of Darkness, Dracula, in the
Mhm.
comparison to our current Prince of England?
Yes.
Bathrooms are where the jinn hang out too if you don't burn incense in them.
Ah, yes.
Huh.
Really?
I heard that.
Do you think the entire royal bloodline is cursed?
Mm,
The entire bloodline is cursed? Of who? Us or the jinn?
I said, do you think the entire royal bloodline, their ancestors, Vlad the Impaler, Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, was actually a very cool occultist, and he was letting out the secrets through his books.
Yeah, I remember hearing that years ago.
David Icke said it. Well, he didn't
Yeah.
say
Was
he's
it
a
David Icke?
vampire. I say
Yeah.
that. Vampire.
Yeah,
He
no.
says they're lizards. I say they're vampires.
I
Well,
no, I
Sabak
get-
actually links the two together, and vampires are really describing the same idea. It makes a very
But
convincing case.
I
Even
would
got
agree
the
with
word
you.
Pyre in it. Vampire, pirate.
Well, no, but I can agree with you on the level that wherever your consciousness is, if you're an old soul, you're going to see vampires. If you're a newer soul with a lower sense of consciousness, you're going, or a new type of person. I'm not going to get into that, but then you're going to see reptilians. So it really depends on your level of consciousness, what you see. But it's the same dark form, even though it has a different costume.
I agree with
That's
that.
what I was getting at.
It's the Tao Te Ying. It's the thing that you're trying to put a name on it. If you're using an English word and maybe there's only a Sanskrit word for it, or you run into the problem of it just in general trying to put a simple word on a concept to all encompass an idea into a few letters on a screen, and then people are quick to assume they know what the word occult means or what the word priestess means.
Projection is, I ain't got no respect and I get projected on all the time. Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah.
I am a danger mouse, so it's a karma thing.
Crikey.
Yeah.
And
And
Ding, ding,
then
mouse.
your video uses the word Lucifer, whatever that means. What does that mean?
Well,
to
I gave you a
What does that
visual
mean?
for that with
Yes.
right there with Blavatsky. And anybody who's reading Blavatsky, The Secret Doctrine, and thinking she's an awesome priestess, I've got news for you.
Right. It
Again,
raises
part of the New
questions.
World Order.
What is a Luciferian? What is a Satanist?
Well, the most
Is there a
popular or
distinction?
famous ones are the New World Order, period, throughout history, back to Rome at least.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm thinking about the whole inversion thing, and we're rewriting the myths, though. We're taking.
Are you really?
This-
I mean,
yeah.
isn't it just different forms for the same myth? I mean, you're not really rewriting anything. You're just putting in new forms, new costumes, new characters, new makeup. It's just
Isn't that what rewriting means?
no, not at
It's-
all. You have to get to the root of it if you're going to rewrite something.
So if you're saying
remake
if you're
it.
saying there's something different than a hero's journey, then no.
Right, exactly.
No,
And you can
no,
put
you-
that hero's
it's
journey
all
anywhere in
archetypes,
history.
but we're inverting the symbolism.
No, they inverted the symbolism. We need to revive
We're,
it.
we're reverting the symbolism.
Right, right. Yes. We need to anyway. I mean, I haven't seen much of that. Most people are bitching about Saturn.
It's happening right here. We're
Okay.
weaving spiders with the owl guy.
Well,
like-
then, so a lot of people have demonized the owl, right? Because
Right. And
Bohemian
we're
Grove,
inverting it.
right?
We're reverting it.
Well, then, are you speaking with Athena? Are you bringing in the Greek gods, the originals of the owl tribe? I mean, what's up with that?
Can you just
I-
speak with the owls directly?
Yes.
Can you just do
Yes.
that?
Uh-huh.
How about we just do that?
Yeah. Well, they do. I mean, it's very different.
I do too.
It's not
There's
something that-
animal medicine, right? Which would be
Yeah.
speaking directly to the owls. And then there's the gods. And it's totally a different type of medicine. And it's whatever your
Mhm.
soul needs.
Yeah, that's very true.
But maybe it's time for new gods. Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Could that
you
happen?
go again, putting
You know,
costumes on things.
that's
Gods
great,
don't
Rachel.
change. That's like trying to change your parents. Like Rick and what? Rick and Morty are not my parents. Rick and Mary are not my parents. I would like different parents. So I'm going to remake them. And I'm probably going to become a Gnostic and make up a Jehovah's story and call myself also an abortion. You know, so that's where Gnosticism, nihilism, and all of that stuff gets you into that slippery slope. But when you go back to truisms, right? Natural law, Mark Passio is great with natural law, then you're getting somewhere.
You're talking about rewriting stories and telling stories, and I was so inspired by all the scholasticism of the Harry Potter universe and all the fan fiction. And this guy here looks like he's happy to be this child here, and I got the B and the J pillars, and hey, there's Waldo walking by.
Hey, Waldo.
Hey, Waldo.
What if that person had created their own world? They could have been the new J.R.R. Tolkien or whatever.
Well, it's a valid question because a lot of people will ask you, hey, what house are you? You mean astrologically, like my sun sign or my moon sign? No. What Harry Potter universe house are you? Are you Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or whatever they are? So they use that to identify themselves. And you're talking about rewriting stories.
But they're just LARPing. That's not actually living a fucking myth with your life.
But they do, because we create our reality. They make those things real to
Well,
themselves.
to themselves, but their soul,
And the
when
people
they
they're
die,
participating with.
they will understand in the moment of death that all of that was fake and they wasted their entire lifetime doing it. And that's the disappointment. It's just like people who work too hard and they didn't have time with their family. It's escapism in a different way. Workaholism is a type of escapism. And that's what this is. And that's what we're trying to bring people back in out of the science fiction world into the truisms again.
Into the real world, into the organic, knock on wood, touch it, taste it, see it, feel it world.
Well, no,
Right.
metaphysical as well, because the dimensions are blending and you guys are going to have to do both tests at the same time, physical and
that's-
metaphysical.
That's the limited liminal spaces that I'm talking about that have been coming up everywhere you look. You can't see anything unless you're looking in the liminal spaces. That's where the truth is. That's where the
What you're really
illusions
talking
are.
about is you being in a higher state of consciousness to be able to see what other people are
Yes.
not looking at.
Yes,
And I've been in those
true.
high states of consciousness. I call it having my light on because
Mhm.
literally everything is brighter and I have more energetic energy throughout my body.
Mhm.
And I can notice like the smallest details and I can hear better. It's like it's almost like a vampire because you can hear better, you can smell better, you can see better. Everything is heightened. And that's because you've got that electric Shakti energy in you. And that's earth energy. And sometimes it's star energy. And it's very healthy for you. Although in this society, they'll call you crazy when you really express it.
Oh,
And this-
I've healed my brain tumor, lost 90 pounds, fired all my doctors, and they still call me like 2 years later to try and get me back on meds.
They're vampires. They're
you,
vampires too.
vampires.
Yes. Thank you, brother. Preach.
So it's like that Twilight
Cult of the
novel
Medics,
from a
David
few years
Whitehead.
ago.
I didn't
Right.
hear any of that.
Go ahead, Chance. Cult of the Medics, David Whitehead. What's going
Oh,
on
that's
with
just
David
a great.
Whitehead?
It's a really good documentary series that will give you the link to the ancient orders and societies that the medical establishment is emerging out of, that they are literally vampiric, that maybe they're rank and file, regular people, boots on the ground that work for them, don't know what they're involved with per se, but at a certain point they would. Like, you have to turn a blind eye to what you're doing if you work in those places eventually.
Yeah, I know what's
Yeah.
up. Ancient speaking and nowadays. And I might sound like I try to say I'm Hermione, just so people will be nice to me. It's really hard knowing these things and saying that it's and trying to say it's subjective and just a point of perspective. And it's like, no, this shit's real.
Yeah, it's tough. And you know, it's that biblical thing. You're muted. It's that biblical thing where you're a prophet isn't welcome in his own home. I can't remember which book
Yeah,
it is right off.
that's true.
You know,
A
but
prophet isn't welcome in his own fucking atmosphere. I'll tell
Yeah,
you that.
yeah.
Because
Mhm.
they kill all the prophets and
Yeah.
also the martyrs. And I'll
You
tell
are-
you a secret about the fifth element. The reason why Mila's hair is orange is that is Mandarin and it is the color of a martyr. And she was playing basically Joan of Arc right there in the fifth element. Not many people notice that.
Well, I got this image here talking about the secrets of Dumbledore, new Harry Potter movie, and it's Johnny Depp using some bleach on his hair, who was replaced by Mads Mikkelsen in this new movie here. Keeping on theme with Harry Potter talk, Jon Stewart had gone on the record to say that he didn't like how the goblins were portraying maybe a specific type of person in our real world, and how that was maybe offensive to somebody. I don't know if any of you saw some of that nonsense, mostly on Twitter.
There
You
was
know what I'm
some
talking about, those goblins rubbing their hands
goblin
together.
talk today on Vibrant.
that jacket. Okay, so hey, Rachel,
Yeah.
do you mind if I show?
Oh, go for it.
Okay, so Corinne, you'll appreciate this. That jacket looks just like this. And speaking of art and flow and magic, this was my kind of like, I got this smoking deal on this bitchin' jacket, right? And I'm finally at a size where I can feel comfortable in it. And but I wanted to make it a thing, make it special. And I was kind of really holding off to even wear it because I couldn't. I mean, it's Arizona and it doesn't get cold until after the first of the year. So, but Rachel made me this. And I put it into the pocket.
That's cool.
That looks like a blessing. That's beautiful.
Yeah, she did
Rachel,
a-
that's beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? That's really cool. So
Do you want to tell us about the symbology, darling?
The idea is the psychic medic. So it has purple, the purple cross within the eye. So that's, the third eye. But it is that as above, so below kind of idea that you have the same mind as what's above, or at least getting your mind to that place. It's within you to be able to do that. And
we lost you, Rachel. Can you say it again? If you're back.
oh, my internet's bad. I'm back.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much you heard, but it is for the third eye. So that's why it's got the purple cross. And it is more about kind of the mental medic part of it,
Did
helping
you
people
explain
see.
this part?
Yeah, as above, so below, but that your mind is also above as it is below, that you have the balance, you have the ability to balance that. It's for you, it's a gift, and you can help others do that as well by being that too.
This is in a lot of statues, right? Jesus and even in the Greek.
It's a ton of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of things.
But it's
When I designed it, that was all I had in mind.
Well, teachers often use it. You'll see the Hierophant card that it's saying, okay, I'm teaching now. That's what that means. Or you can be doing I don't know what Shaktipat translates to in English, but it's kind of like giving someone else a spiritual download.
oh yeah. I
It's
do
a
you
blessing.
use
It's
Shaktipa
beautiful.
as
I love
a
it.
mantra?
Sorry, I was loving her art. What?
Have you done that do you do that as a mantra?
Do I do what as a mantra?
Shaktipa?
That's not,
Have you ever?
your question isn't
You
correct.
mean mudra?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Mudra,
Is that what
I'm
you
sorry.
mean?
Yeah.
Do I meditate with mudras?
well,
Is that what you're asking?
well, you clearly we meditate with mudras, right?
I actually
doesn't
use the bell and the dorje.
Which ones are those? I know nothing about mudras, but they work because the spirit
Yeah, they
showed
work.
me them.
No, they work. Yes, they work. I can't do them all because my finger won't bend. It's broken. I'm sure maybe you've seen on screen, it won't bend. So I can't do all my mudras anymore. I'm a broken doll. I'm very sad
I got the
about it.
coolest deck of 72 cards that are each a different mudra. And since I got it, I've been practicing one card out of the deck every day during my meditation time. And they've been highly accurate to what would be best and most conducive to what I would want in that day. The synchronicity of the deck has been quite strong right away. I really enjoy it.
Our general topic still
Wait a minute,
is
I wanna get
feedback
back-
for her video.
Let's get back to Rachel too.
Yes.
Because like I wanted to know when she does this, which she's saying as above, so below. She's saying there's two fingers pointing down and two pointing up, right? The point of balance. But I want to know when you do it, Rachel, what do you feel? Because that's the magic.
It's about being the middle. It's being that middle.
Being the balance point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And because I've discovered that if you are that balance point strong enough, other people feel that.
Yes, they do. You
It's
feel like a
amazing.
gravity and they
Yeah.
trust you more.
It's
Because you're
really
trustworthy.
beautiful. Yeah.
I just wanted more
So
juice.
it
out
is
of
about being
Rachel.
that balance and bringing it.
Being the presence and being that for other people is so beautiful. Because I knew to do a piece of art like that, you really had a sincere intention in your heart.
Yeah, that's why I really appreciate it, Rachel. Thank you.
You're welcome. I made it on a shirt originally, so I have a bigger version of it. So it was fun to scale it down and make it something like that.
Very cool.
But yeah, I think part of why I like those ideas so much is because it kind of demonstrates how easy, like the ease and the simplicity of spirit being is. You know, we talk about all these symbols and we talk about, all the rituals and all the details, but really being is so simple. And it's so powerful.
It takes a lot of work to get to being.
Mhm.
It can, but I like to show people how easy it can be too.
Sometimes
Vic-
it is just a flip of the switch, girl. You're right.
Victor Wooten calls it trying easy. His whole book the music lesson, is all kind of a Tao lesson. And his whole thing was not trying hard as a musician, but trying easy, like letting it flow. And that's what kind of like, I think
That's the point. You don't want to be in your logical mind ever
ever.
when you're doing music or any
Yeah.
The best
kind
way
of
for
art.
me to tap into that is with the levitation wand flow toy that I've got. There are times where I feel like there's something that has me on a string and my whole body almost feels like everything's limp and loose and just being jerked around and moved around. And I'm just on the ride, experiencing it rather than actually doing anything. And that's when some of the most interesting and like new tricks that I've never done before will just spontaneously happen. It's really weird because it's like my best flow states are with that thing are the ones where I'm not in charge of any of the movement. It's like a channeling experience.
And channeling can become
Yeah.
24/7 in the sense that you're embodying your higher self, and they can go do the dishes and you feel like you didn't just do all those dishes, that someone else did them for you, because somehow there's some kind of loving mechanism that allows you to take a back seat, chill seat. You're still there, you're still doing it, but the actual power is coming from the higher power. It's amazing.
Mhm.
Yeah. And what's fascinating is like you can do that from a distance. You can do those you can heal somebody from a distance, but it's them doing it. You're just a conduit for higher self, for it to happen, for them to allow them to do it themselves.
My healing sessions wouldn't even work if we didn't make the agreement that higher self was doing the whole thing.
Yeah, right.
I make that agreement with them, and then when I'm in the sound healing session, I swear it's just like I'm just doing random shit with almost no plan, but exactly
Dude.
the right things happen. And then as it's going on, ideas about what it means pop into my head, and then I ask them like, well, did this happen at this age with this family member or whatever? And then they're like, yes. And yeah, exactly the right things happen, and I've totally relinquished control of it. That's why I think that my sessions are so powerful and effective, is because they're totally guided by me and the other person's higher self and spirit team, which I call in the spirit teams too. And I'm just like, do this for me, basically.
Yeah.
I'm just going
That's
to
the whole
watch.
point here, isn't it? That we can, and aren't we here to embody the higher self? And that when we work really hard on it, we can be the higher self in a body. That is the Eros Gamos. That is the alchemy, the philosophy stone, everything from Hermetics that we're all here to do, lead to gold.
I have some visual stimuli that I put
Yeah.
together, and maybe we can talk about what we see. What do you guys see here? Talking about using a
Harpo
muja,
crates.
right? So we have fingers on the mouth. Sometimes it's one finger over the lips, like silence, like a Hippocratic oath or remaining silent. But sometimes his fingers are in such a way that we see this image and we think, what is he pondering? What is he
I know
thinking
this
about?
one. It's Masonic, by the way. This isn't interpretable. It's like written in a book, but it factually means what it means. That he's pointing to his chin versus the silent symbol.
Okay, so I've got this collage of multiple images. Sometimes he's pointing at his chin, sometimes he's touching his lips, sometimes he looks like he's being a little bit coy and playful and winking at you. Different representations of, I believe these are all Harpocrates.
Yes, they're obviously, one's Egyptian and the other's more Greco-Roman.
So the image that we have used on some of our weaves is this more specific image of Harpocrates.
And I don't know if I say it wrong. It could be hypocrisy or something.
Harpocrates.
Something like that. But I say Harpocrates, and I would have said Socrates. Right?
Socrates. That's great. I love
Socrates. Dude,
Some of the
party
titles
on.
of these files I actually typed HARPO, like Harpo, and then create CREATES. So Harpo creates collage is what I named some of my files,
Now,
knowing it's
if you look,
Harpocratic.
yeah, if you look at Oprah's name backwards is Harpo, and that's Harpocrates. And she's in the Bible, believe it or not. Go search your Bible, Oprah Obama. And man, that stuff is weird. If you want to get into some weird spider weaving, that's the deep stuff that actually breaks the Bible code. If you want to start looking up Oprah and Obama in the Bible.
Wow, I remember looking
I'm
that
listening.
up. I remember
Continue.
finding that.
But let's have it.
Corinne, have you read the
I
Bible
think it's in
codes?
Genesis. When I had it, my head cracked open, but I was told to go to the Bible and look it up, and we found it in Genesis. And it was a breaking point in time, because the Bible is written in time, and the Bible is about time, and I was beyond time, and that's how you break the Bible code.
So speaking of
I like that. Let's keep flowing there. Our general topic is still, we're talking about a video that we watched together created by Occult Priestess. We're providing her feedback. Now we've weaved out in other directions. And if we need to bring it back into that general topic, we will do that. Occult Priestess can lead this discussion further.
I'd love to play the second video, which is a follow-up to talk about our multidimensionality and what's going to start happening to all of us for real. The liminal spaces are going to become the actual spaces, is what I mean. I hope you can dig that.
I dig that.
So I'll share my screen one more time here, and I'll go find the video if you still have a hold of my hand.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking at Tarpo Studios, which is Oprah's studio.
Right. That's right, dude. That's
in
right.
Chicago. See if I can find that information. Yeah, it's Harpo Productions. That comes up in
Because
a
you know
Wikipedia
she's
page.
big into this. She has been for years, right?
Yeah, I'm not sharing my screen, so you can share your screen.
No, not okay. I'm not there. I'm trying to share my screen, like I'm trying to
Okay.
find the file kind of thing.
Yeah, Harpo Inc., Harpo Incorporated is a privately held company owned by talk show superstar Oprah Winfrey and her longtime lawyer, Jeff Jacobs. Harpo is Oprah backwards. ONW, the Oprah Winfrey Network, is NWO backwards.
The New World Order?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes, it is.
Oprah Winfrey Network, OWN, in reverse is NWO. And we can play
Okay.
this game because Oprah produces her content at Harpo Studios, which mirrors it. So
It is a
it
game.
premieres on the NWO or the OWN network. Either way, you're owned by the NWO, ONW, NWO. See, these are the games other people are playing as well.
Well, those are the head games. Those are the games that'll drive you crazy if you find out that they're happening and you're all alone and no one else around you knows about them, which is what happened to me. I was in complete psychic isolation. Nobody understood what I was talking about.
Right, and here's another interesting factoid. Apparently, Oprah, who had a movie called The Color Purple, the husband, her on-screen husband in the movie The Color Purple, his name was Harpo.
Right.
So her reverse of her first name. Is that even her birth name on her birth certificate, Oprah Winfrey?
She's
don't
got a
know.
real questionable past. She was molested by family members and she was taken in by the guy who directed The Color Purple. Like he was her way out, even though she was on the TV news, she was kind of getting somewhere already, but that was it Quincy Jones or somebody just grabbed her. And then her life was New World Order ever since.
Yeah, let's get around to our multipass, a new narrative.
Am I doing it right?
We're seeing it. We'll let you know if we hear it.
Okay. I have to push play. Okay. Is it good?
Sound is good.
All right.
You consider me the young apprentice, caught between the silver and Charybdis. I have only come here seeking knowledge, things that you would not teach me of in college. I can see
Getting back to the fashion of darkness, the fashion of evil. Everything I was just talking about is love and pure and beautiful. And this is the joke clown side of that, the evil side. It's the flip side then of can you discern good from evil, the apple lesson from the Abrahamics. And if you can't get past that, then you're not going anywhere. If you can't go anywhere else in the universe, you cannot be in the Fifth Element film, and you can't go to Blossom Paradise.
I am Corbin Dallas.
And this is?
Dallas Multipass. Dallas Multipass.
Leland, multipass. You know this is multipass. Leland Dallas.
So who can name that song that we just heard? Was that from Genesis? Is that from who's the artist who sang the song, and what's the name of the song?
Which song are we to?
Was that Sting that was singing that?
Yeah, Sting Wrapped Around Your Finger.
Yeah, we're asking in chat if anybody can identify the song.
Oh.
Kind of a trivia question. We'll give you a few moments to rack your brains and try to recall that memory if you're familiar with that song. Maybe it's the first time some of you have heard it. That's okay.
Well, compared to the crap music they're making nowadays, might as well listen to some old people.
Well,
so that song is
absolutely,
about
yes.
an initiation of a neophyte or a muggle who's dedicated to the path. And I'm telling you, whether anybody's ready for it or not, how to describe multidimensionality. Things are going to get really weird and kind of Dolly-esque. Reality is going to be different. And really, it's best I can tell you, it'll just be like you're tripping.
Could it be a good trip?
Right. It could be a bad trip, could be a nightmare for some people who are having to deal with some shadow aspects, probably, and demons and things.
People talk about raising consciousness all the damn time, right? But who's actually doing it? There's a lot of fear involved in this, isn't there? But no one talks about that.
Well, let's talk about it tonight. Let's bring
Great.
those
I'd love to
topics to light.
hear what you guys have to say about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we try to talk about that
I'd
on
like
Weaving
to
Spiders
know.
Welcome on Saturday nights, and now we're doing it on Wednesday nights. So we joke that WSW stands for Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday. WSWSWSWSWSW.
Woohoo. Yeah, I hear a lot of light workers talk about raising consciousness, and
aren't they kind of flippant?
understand.
They're kind of flippant about it, aren't they? Like, oh, I got to raise my vibe. It's before the party.
Yeah, and I get it because
aren't they just talking about changing their mood? Like they change their shirt.
You know, I hate to say maybe.
Why?
I don't want
you
it to be
love
that
the truth?
shallow.
The truth is awesome, though. Who cares how ugly they are? The truth is beautiful.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But I wonder how, because I don't get to hear too many of their like daily life, day-to-day stories about, about responding differently in a situation out in the world.
Right. How are you using your knowledge in your life path? How are you living your truth? Yes.
Did you really change that person's life? Did you raise the consciousness by doing something differently? Because of course, you working on yourself is going to have an impact. But if you're not out doing things, it doesn't mean anything. You're not raising anything. You're getting bigger, which is great. But if you're not out interacting with people, you're not doing anything.
Well, I have to disagree with you there, because the whole point of incarnation is not for other people, unless you're a bodhisattva, right? And you volunteered just to do that. But you're here to save yourself and make sure you're sane. And then you can trip into the lead to gold and embody your higher self and be that, whatever that person is. That person might be a hermit. Your true soul's goal might be to live alone in the middle of nowhere and never see people. So the social aspect of being a light worker is tricky.
I would agree. I mean, because I can't speak to what anybody's purpose is and how much they're supposed to interact. But it seems like to me, most of the people who boast about it
Mhm.
may or may not be doing anything.
Well, we know braggarts. Braggarts are the
I don't
same
wanna
no
be
matter what.
judgmental or harsh.
Is it judgmental, really?
I don't know.
Or is it the truth?
We see Rachel's hands moving and she's connected to Zoom through 2 devices and her microphone is not highlighting on her camera. So that might confuse some of the viewers. And I want to clarify, you're hearing the voice of Rachel. Rachel, say hello to us.
Hello.
Rachel, where can they find you? Is it on minds.com? Do you have a Twitter?
I'm on Minds and I'm on Telegram. So on Minds, I'm on at Valkyrie Sparks, and Telegram is the Sunforge.
We want to do a better job of promoting ourselves, our art, the projects we're working on, and letting it be known explicitly clear where we're hanging out and where we're chatting. We have Interverse Chat on Telegram. We have the chat Weaving Spiders Welcome. We have people hanging out on Rockfin. We have a lot of different hangouts. Tonight, we're all on this YouTube channel of Weaving Spiders Welcome.
Oh, that was at the top of the hour. Good job.
Nice.
Very nice.
It's
Slick.
midnight.
It's midnight.
It's almost
Do
like
you know
it's
where
talk
your-
radio.
It's talk radio. Do you know where your weirdos are? They're right here.
We are the weirdos,
right
mister.
here. We're
It's
the
a little
mutants.
bit. It's a little bit like Art
mutants
Bell
are-
or that old AM talk radio. My initials
How
are
old are
AM.
you? Like the past, you don't have many past references. Like Art Bell is ancient. Is that true? Coast to Coast is still on the air, mister.
We have someone who's joined our chat and they're using an email in their name. Is that intentional? Just pointing that
I
out to
know who
them.
it is.
It's cool.
Snake Jones.
They may
Yeah, I
not
was
want to
wondering
share
why
that
Snake
publicly.
wasn't. Why isn't Snake on the screen with us?
It's cool. It's cool. Just wanted to let that individual know that an email is in the username and they may have intended that, absolutely, or they may not have. They can join back. Sometimes people are jumping into a live stream and they may not be prepared. Sometimes.
Did you kick them out because of their
No,
name?
no,
Okay.
no, no.
Okay.
It's okay. My name displays as a website, but because I don't have a camera on, it's not highlighting my square on YouTube right now. So we're trying to be explicitly clear with our extended sound test tonight, what we're doing and the pros and cons of using Zoom to broadcast from or using StreamYard. There's other options. So we're letting everybody know we're on Zoom. That link has been made public and anybody who finds the link, we're posting it on Twitter and in the Telegram. You are able to join us tonight. Hop on in. Test your sound. Test your computer, your microphone, your camera.
And we learned how to screen share for me. Yay. That was awesome.
I'm proud of you. I can't say that I'm great at it.
We were talking about NWO, OWN, Oprah and Harpo. We watched a video with a piece of music from the singer Sting, who was in a Dune movie, wasn't he?
Yes, he was in the Dune movie, the only one that should exist.
The Dune movie, yes. There have been many adaptations of Dune. And I think sometimes in our conversation when we talk about rewriting stories, well, maybe
Look at
to
how
be more
crappy they
explicitly
turn out.
clear, the story exists and people are adapting an existing story. They're not rewriting that story. They are maybe retelling it in an adaptation, similar to how a high school will present Joseph and the Many-Colored Dreamcoat or Grease or whatever play it is, and all the high school kids in theater, yes, they are recreating the story in their own way on the stage in the theater. It's a retelling of a story. It's an adaptation for the theater.
And that would be Great if
screen.
it wasn't used for social engineering us and predicting our future, which is really just telling us what the fuck they're going to make us do. You will eat bugs and you will be happy.
The Fifth Element, the movie that you used in this clip we just watched with Lilo and her multipass. What is all that about? What did
So-
that predict?
Multidimensional consciousness, that you will be dreaming more while you are awake. And that's what's going to change. Everybody has like the rapture's coming and all this stuff. No, this is what's your consciousness is going to change. You'll either be able to handle it or you will spontaneously combust.
Yeah, I think we're going to find a lot of people around us looking to us for help with this stuff.
That's why a lot of us came here. We
Yeah.
have compassion. Mhm.
Wouldn't that be enrapturing? Like it in that sense, it would be happening. It just
Spontaneous
doesn't happen the way
combustion.
they think.
Yeah, they'd be going home real quick. They might not be flying up into the sky, but they'll be home in a flash.
Wonder how much insanity we're going to see.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's no
question.
concept of where this is going. Even Dali or surrealist artists have never, even where we are right now, they've never imagined. So this is
Beyond
the place for,
non-Euclidean geometry.
this is the time and place for the artist. If you ever incarnated as an artist, this is the time you wanted to be alive.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing instructional art.
Well, we are creators. And I think we're witnessing a birth.
As Gaia gives birth to her children, which are us, right? It's giving birth to a new, again, it's going to go back into the new world order because it's just a flip, right? It's just a flip of the script. We are going to be new humans with third eyes wide open. And if you're extremely ancient, like ancient Egypt, then you know that state of consciousness because we lived in it as a culture. But that's 5,000 years ago, and there's been a lot of souls come and gone, even yours. And maybe you're back as a volunteer to help through this great tirade of change. But the earth has never gone through anything, the metaphysical sense of the earth has never gone through anything like this. The mother giving birth is our consciousness blooming into Buddhahood, enlightenment. And that's a beautiful thing. And it has, honestly, if you're stuck on logic, you're not even going to hear me right now, much less when it starts happening. And that's the people who are going to spontaneously combust.
I think my mind just combusted a little bit.
Maybe it was a petite mort, just a little orgasm.
I feel the consciousness expansion and the tightness of my headphones and the tightness of the hat I'm wearing, just because my brain is just swelling with brilliant ideas. I try not to sound sarcastic. I try not to sound too sarcastic. I mean,
I found when you're being funny, you get bossy. When you're funny, you're like, you're gonna hear this joke, and I like that. I think it's really great. You like hijack it, like, and it's always funny.
I can't consciously do it because when I consciously try to be funny, it doesn't work. But when I'm in a flow state and I'm going with it and I don't censor myself and I just open my mouth and see what comes out, I don't know what I say.
Alan, you're one of the funniest people I know, period.
Yeah, give him his props, boys. Give him his
Seriously.
props.
Seriously.
But it's, as you say,
Like,
it's it appears to be just natural.
It is. It's
like
just-
who you are. You're a funny guy.
Sometimes I naturally mispronounce words when I get excited.
You know,
That
Or
can
maybe
be a
that's-
lot of fun too.
That's maybe my real voice when I'm not consciously trying to phonetically pronounce with that transatlantic Midwestern accent, news reporter style radio voice announcer.
Alan, is that a Midwestern thing that like kind of northern US kind of thing where they tell stories. It's like a craft where you bring people around to this joke you've been thinking and sitting on for like
Have
4
you not
years.
have you not ever listened to a Prairie Home Companion that's
Yeah,
out of Minnesota? That guy, Garrison Keeler, is a
exactly.
Minnesotan. And the broadcasting out of Minnesota specifically teaches broadcasters to speak in a way without an accent. So it's a very neutral sounding voice. It's very clear. It's not East Coast, West Coast. It's not Boston. It's not Texas. It's Minnesota. It's not Minnesota. It's, Minnesota. And we talk like this slowly and intentionally and with enunciation in each syllable of the word to pronounce clearly. That is a Minnesota broadcaster education that is coming through.
It's beautiful.
s-
It's a
and-
beautiful
and then it
craft. What
slips.
you do. It's hilarious. I
When
love
I'm
it when
around
you.
people
Sorry,
I love
I
it when you
couldn't
sucker
find-
me into
my
a joke.
voice gets more southern, and when I'm on the internet, my voice is usually more neutral.
I need to throw something weird out there. Is not on topic, but I just got a note about Jane Roberts. And I don't know if you guys have ever read her books. She is a channel. And if there's anyone out there having problems with multidimensional consciousness or understanding multidimensional consciousness, I think she channeled Seth, Seth, but Jane Roberts, it was like a book series I read. Well, I downloaded it and listened to it because my spirit guide made me do it. And that's what taught me my different levels of self and how I can see them all and get them all on the telephone at the same time. And when I say different levels, I mean different vibrational states of being above the earth realm in the metaphysical realms.
Is this Jane Roberts?
It sure is. Doesn't she look like a weirdo, kids? Isn't that wonderful?
This is her Wikipedia page. It looks like she's born May 8th, 1929, deceased September 5th, 1984.
So that would make her a Taurus ruled by Venus. Yeah. Yeah. And so I don't remember the name of the book series because it's been over 10 years. But it's multidimensional consciousness. She has a character that goes to the different levels and meets their different selves. And then I got the tour myself because I read the damn book.
It looks like she's written a couple of different books, and maybe you read some of these books.
There's so
Her
many.
Wikipedia lists
her
a
work is
complete
prolific.
writings. She has a separate article for her bibliography. Does that link go somewhere? Yes.
She wrote like a mad person because she was channeling.
She wrote her first published book in 1963 and had another published book 2008, it says there. Still scrolling. She has short stories and novellas. She has books of poetry. A very prolific creator.
Wow, that must be exhausting being in that state all the time.
It is. But you know what? She's got that God light that we were talking about, that Shakti that she lived off of. You know what I'm
I
saying?
can count
Dude,
1, 2, 3,
that
4,
is
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13 channeled
How did
books
she
from
even-
Seth.
And these are not silly books. They're intense. I mean,
You
they're
know-
fictional. I mean, they're your science fiction fun. But if you're taking it right, it's very serious.
So let's go back to, why did you mention Jane Roberts?
Because she, with the multidimensionality, how we're all going to be multidimensional, which means you'll be hearing echoes from other parts of your soul, from higher realms. You might be getting dreams. You might be getting phone calls from dead loved ones. Mass
Okay.
hysteria.
Okay, so it sounds like this is not a new idea invented by Marvel or DC Comics.
Well, the thing is they invert the truth. So to invert the truth of an enlightened mankind, a new human, we get the New World Order, the Great Reset, and transhumanism. That's the flip side of it.
But we're the mutants. We're the ones with the superpower, not them.
That's the point. You see how this we'll call it Luciferian, satanic. The dark side is so freaking jealous of us. They have been since the beginning. I mean, that's even in the Bible. The jealousy is epic. So they're going to torture us as much as they possibly can. And if you're on the light side, you've been attacked already in your life several times, lots of times. It's just a way of life, you know?
Yes. I see Trev in chat asking, did everyone listen to Crow 777 radio? Trev asks if we listen to Crow 777 radio because Crow 777 radio, that's C and 2 R's,
He's
777
popular.
radio.
We know who he is.
I listened to the most recent few.
His recent episode discusses a spider, Arachne.
Yes.
You mean the goddess Arachnid? Goddess?
No, she's supposed to be immortal, and she was. The gods did not like her.
Anyway, they talk about Saturn all the time, so I just put him in that Saturn category.
Yeah.
No, that's dismissive. They've got
It
really
is
good work.
dismissive. It's extremely dismissive, Chance. You're right.
Yes, yes, it is.
If you put them in that category and don't
I
listen
have a
to them,
right
how do
to
you
be
know how
dismissive.
much they listen to or they talk about Saturn?
Well, because that's what they did when they first came out. And I'm always on people when they first come out. And then I'm like, do I like this flavor? And I lick that lollipop. And if I don't like that flavor, then they're dead to me.
Well, people change and ideas evolve.
I haven't seen much of that, babe, but I'd like to see more.
Well, here's a very interesting topic on Ovid. You might say C, S-E-E, or S-E-A, or the letter C,
Open sea.
you know, C
C,
and
Ovid.
Ovid. Yeah, so when you read Metamorphosis, you would be looking at, this is maybe book 6 and getting into the 5th part of book 6 of Metamorphosis. And I did go ahead, Trev, yes, and listen to Crow 777 radio, in which Crow tells us to go and see Metamorphosis written by Ovid. And I did just that. So I have a sampling of English translations of Metamorphosis because Ovid did not write in English. So English authors made adaptations of Ovid's poetry.
Well, they just stole
The-
it.
We
The
had
first
some really
one-
good speak on Ovid with Gabriel last night on Interverse on other aspects of Ovid.
Yes, so the first translation into English I found from 1567 by Arthur Golding, and I do have this available to read if there's any interest in it. I have about 6 different translations of the first few lines, starting from 1567. I got one from 1807, one from 1992, one from 2000, and another from 2015.
And our conclusion is
Have you elected and selected your choice? Do we continue reading Arachne or welcome Aaron Exebeche? Who is this guy on screen? Will he say hello to us?
Did AaronXABeche.com?
Man, I thought I changed that. I can't get my got 2 accounts. What's up, guys?
hey, buddy. It's good
How
to
you
see you
doing,
again.
Snake?
It's a fantastic pipe you got there.
With the hat, I'm like, is that Snake? Are you sure? Is that Snake?
What's Snake? Look, Snake.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the visual. A psychic girl needs it.
Here to bring some discipline. What you guys doing? Shit has hit
We're
the
about
fan.
about to
We
read
need
some
some
poetry, just
discipline.
spider poems.
Excellent.
I love that. Captain,
Got my spiritual armor on. It's getting crazy out there, guys.
Armor. Y'all need discipline. If anybody does, this group, oh Lord.
Yeah,
Out of
dude, it's the new world order. Get a fucking helmet. That's That's totally right. I've got combat boots. I've had combat boots since I was a teenager.
Oh, me too, man. That was the shit. You couldn't be a punk rock if you didn't have combat boots, man. You went to Yellowfront on Oracle and you got some good ones for like $10.
Yeah, and I
Maybe
was wondering,
sometimes
Gordy, that jacket you got, that kind of put me in the mind of a trench coat, which I used to wear. Black trench coat,
Cool, huh?
with combat boots. That was my jam.
Yeah, dude. What were your bands, Corinne?
Oh, dude, Kate Bush. I mean, really highfalutin stuff, like with lots of neat sounds that you'll never hear anywhere else. Just
Dude,
really
yeah.
wild shit. But I love my classic rock. Obviously, with my videos, you'll find a lot of old tunes that have some really killer lyrics that people just like the song. They don't look at the lyrics. And I'm like, dude, these lyrics are blowing my mind.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You've got good taste in music in those. It's good.
I super appreciate that. Thank you. That's high praise.
No, you do good quality stuff. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't want to, it's just one of the things that I don't want to learn again, like I'd rather be out like with the owls if I possibly can at this point, I just,
your muses are going to come to you in different ways.
Yeah.
I don't have that luxury of nature like you do. So I've got to zap it out of the art. Like I'm
trying to give it
taking
to
it
you.
out of the digital love. I know. I watch Jim's
to you
goats. I watch your guys' videos with the animals and stuff to reconnect because that's really cool. And I thank you for it. It's important.
I think people need that grounding. Like
Me too.
we're not, God, you're not what you think you are. You're not always your thoughts, for Christ's sake. How do you know what you're thinking? How do you know what you're thinking isn't something somebody's told you unless you figured this shit out yourself? Right, Aaron?
I did something awesome.
Think with your stomach. Think with your heart. The mind is a battlefield. You don't want anything to do with it. Guys are getting slaughtered out there.
Yeah, so I've got something for the troop. I know how to get you past that monkey mind bullshit that keeps you in the mire getting shot out by the man. So it's a trick that my guru taught me, and I can teach you. Let's see. So the trick is it's going to make you conscious of yourself. It's going to make you conscious of what the fuck is going on in your mind all the time, right? That mind, which is what keeps you in separation from pure light, right? For 1 week, make the effort and undertake the practice of not using the word I.
That's difficult.
Wait, not using the word what?
It's kind of hard to like do your job though. You got to communicate to people.
Okay, that is called the defensive mind. And that also that you can't hear me is also the defensive mind. Ta-da.
You said me. How is saying me different than saying I?
Okay, I didn't even know who was talking to me, but that's Chance.
Snake would like to say
You
something.
don't say the word I.
Third person, I guess, huh? The third person.
I can't talk over the guitar. I'm sorry.
Oh, is the guitar too loud? Sorry. Gordy was doing it. Was he just quieter? I can't tell how loud it is.
I didn't even know who was playing the guitar. Like, if you're not on screen, I don't know.
That's a good challenge, though. 1 week.
So
really, be mindful
this
about
just
that.
happened for a client of mine, a younger gentleman who said, I need to get out of my mind. My mind is driving me crazy. And that's that's very sincere. Sometimes you do get to that point where it's that bad. And I gave him the lesson, which is undertake the practice. Listen, defensive mind. This is a practice. Undertake a practice, which means dedicate yourself to this path for 1 week and see what happens. And what it is a try your best. It's not a perfected, our culture is so crappy with that perfection thing. This is Buddhist. So it's like chill, right? And it's like, I am undertaking the practice not to say the word I. And that means you will be, this is the trick. This is the magic. Houdini explains the magic. That you will be aware of what you're saying in your head all the time if you do it right. And he did. My client did this. And he had a long email for me to tell me all about what was going on in his head versus what was going on in the world, and how he could separate the two and understand that they were two different things, and to understand more that he's a character in this play and he's not the play itself. But what it did for me was it brought up all of my let's say sicknesses, illnesses of the mind, and how I did this when I was just 20. I was like 23 maybe. It brought up all the sicknesses and illnesses, my judgments of other people, how I cared what they were wearing or what they said that week, or, you know, the culture was ripped away from my consciousness so that I could see it, but also my own negative thoughts. And I had a terrible bitch in my head and I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. So afterwards, I ran to my guru and I said, Gurudev, please, what is the antidote to this? This is crazy. Like, I was mad. And she's like, that's why we meditate, silly.
Yeah.
But you don't know you need to meditate till you start hearing the voices. And Pericles, which was a Swiss hermeticist, he said, I got into meditation because I thought I was inhibited. Turns out I was inhabited.
Yeah, I'm down with that, man. Like, meditation is like blown my like my understanding away. Like, I've had psychedelic experiences without any psychedelic.
That's the point. That's what happens to me. And sometimes it happens for a month at a time. And I literally look like a crazy person because I am in my soul body, not my physical body. My physical body is a second thought.
Can we go back to these two words and focus deeply on the word inhabit and the word inhibit?
Yeah.
Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit.
Do you have a point about that, Alan?
No.
I like Kermit the Frog. I like turtles.
Do you like green? Do you like being green, Alan?
He's the chaos. What are those?
Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Chaos Mutant Ninja Turtle.
All right. Yeah, that's a band name. Chaos Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. It's a gent band.
89.
What was all the green symbolism, Alan?
I'm seeing Rachel's Leaves, perhaps. I don't know.
I'd see that band.
I like Jim Henson a lot,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I have a Kermit the Frog hand puppet.
We should bring him on screen. He should be.
I'm always real sad because his legs have been removed, so you're sticking your hand up into his torso, but he doesn't have many legs.
Did you really?
So
get
I feel
that
real
hungry?
bad about it. I like to eat felt sometimes.
Those frog legs. I don't know. That's awesome. No, did your cat get a hold of it?
Oh, let's not talk about cats. I'm trying to focus on inhabit and inhibit. Inhibit and inhabit. I am maybe in the habit of derailing the conversation so I can re-rail the conversation on the rail that I want it to be on. But anybody else has that capability too.
I, my, me, mine. That's so. Who's ever going to do the I exercise? Please look up the song by George Harrison. I, me, mine.
Oh, yeah.
It will help you.
Yeah.
I've been directed not to eat bugs anymore.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. My guides told me not to do that. They were
like
really
that.
upset. They gave me a lot of dreams about it. It was gross.
Whoa. Dreams even. That's intense telling. They were sending you an owl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you have been getting
bugs,
owls, haven't you?
I
Rachel?
have. Yeah, there are some in the neighborhood.
Yeah, tell us.
I was talking about
I've had
owls from
really
Harry
good
Potter,
Spider-Man
like
dreams
messages
lately.
from home.
No, but
Spider-Man dreams. Uh-oh.
Messengers.
you guys are all getting, like, a lot of people.
Well,
Jim has
okay.
got them.
Hey, friends, I'm going to bail. It's my bedtime. I got to be all chipper and well rested for client stuff.
Hey,
Nice.
buddy. Thanks for hanging. It was a
Thanks
fun
for
hang
coming,
today.
Chance.
I wish I
Enjoy
didn't have to
your
leave. You're all
dreams.
my favorite. It's fun to be around. We'll do it again.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for being here, Chance.
Come back anytime.
Nighty night, little buddy.
I used to eat ants when I was little. My mom told me.
Well, okay, so the thing about the bugs is I was shown an insect type of entity.
Really?
And it is it's Eastern, it's Buddhist, it's so those things are really good and I like them because they've helped me in my life. But
Yeah, that's
it
funny.
might
I was
not be
going to
something
say,
to
in
dwell
a
on.
past life, I must have been from India because I was eating ants. Exactly. You know,
Yeah,
you already
these were
know.
really big bugs.
No, you're
So-
when they come in your dreams, and that means something. They're talking to you.
Praying mantises with their hands
actually
together,
similar.
folded in reverence, saying a
Okay.
prayer.
Was that?
Can
was
we
that
go back
what
to
it
the
was,
original
Rachel?
statement? Why are you eating bugs in the first place?
So eating bugs is representing being too into those Western ideas or Eastern ideas that it's not necessarily on my path as helpful as it's been. So by eating bugs, I'm participating in hive mentality.
Ew, creepy, creepy.
Super
that's
creepy.
so creepy. Oh my
Like
God.
I had a
Why were you
concert
eating
dream about
bugs
it.
though? Are you
Wow,
eating bugs in
really?
real life? Are you eating?
Oh heck no. No, I'm
Okay.
pulling them out of my coffee.
Oh, okay. All right. I gotcha. Is your coffee okay? Like, did the spirit guides have anything
Oh
to say
yeah,
about your
it's
coffee?
safe.
Okay, cool.
Safe
All right.
coffee.
Okay.
But I'm not afraid of the extra protein, so I could eat them.
So hive mind, that's a big concept, hive mind. Wouldn't you guys say? I mean, look at us. We look like the Brady Bunch right now. This is, if this goes wrong, it'll be hive mind, which I never can be a part of. And I'm sure that we're very individualistic here, don't you think?
Well, that's talking about trains and who wants to be the conductor of this train tonight and getting on the track that I want to go on versus
Right.
the track that you want to go on versus the
not on
track
tracks.
that
I'm just
Snake
flowing.
wants to wiggle over. And Gordy,
Slither.
Chance just
that
left, so
your-
there's one fewer personality.
Is
So
that
who's going to be
your-
the last streamer alive and whose idea will be the last statement for the night?
We have two gyms.
We do have two gyms.
We have
The
a
gym
working gym and a disappearing gym.
I love that,
Okay.
man.
I get it. He's working on something over there and then he'll come back. That's what that is, right?
I wonder, you guys, like I listen and I allow you in my mind. So I'm not thinking, I'm allowing you to speak.
That's
And
the flow.
each single one of you so far, thus far, you have permission to be in my mind. It is, and I try and when I'm not able to think for myself, which is a lot of times because there's a lot going on, I allow you guys to think for me. And when you have these discussions, it's almost like, I mean, you could speak for me.
Well, I don't know, dude. That's kind of hive mindish of you.
Well, that's what I mean. You brought up hive mind, and I don't necessarily tribe mind, you know.
But those
Yeah, I don't know,
voices,
it's-
these voices of
Yeah,
these
tribe
people.
mind is different.
I think what he's not saying that we're. Are you feeling that we're like all kind of sharing the same
Yeah, it's like,
mind,
He's saying he
so
can
I'm
tune
busy.
in.
or
I'm
he can tune
doing
in
we're
it.
doing it for you?
And I'm
I don't
listening.
want to be manipulating you.
And I
you know?
I have
Say
thoughts
that.
of my own and desires and things that I'm noticing. We're weavers, so that's why I allow this weave to go.
Right.
You guys are out there spinning webs in a sense every night because a spider makes its web and takes it down every night. But what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to, in a new way, add to what you had brought up earlier, Cult Priestess, with the challenge of not saying I.
Yeah.
This challenge is very good. So in my experience of my mentor, I don't know if many of you know how it began, but day one, it was Snake, you have a head that lies to you and wants you dead, but it'll settle for drunk or loaded.
Wait, say that again. That is classic, beautiful. That should be in a book. Say it again, please.
It isn't a book. It's in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. But that's what he said
Recovery
to
for the
me.
win.
Because he was armed with the facts about himself. The man done a lot of work on himself and a lot of the spiritual work. And he knew exactly what I was thinking. The same thing, that monkey mind.
That's
Every
right.
single one of us walked in like that.
That's right. That's why we go to AA, because we're fucked up.
And I counted eyes in meetings. See, I wasn't allowed to share what I was told to share. Aaron, you don't have enough experience. You're going to sit your butt down, raise your hand and say, you're working this step. Shut up and listen.
Yes.
I learned how to listen in those
Yeah.
meetings. I learned how to
Yes.
follow direction from a sponsor, a mentor. It's actually a mentor. I had a man stand before me that it eliminated every excuse for why I couldn't do that simple task. And he was consistent with it. That's all he cared about. So anyhow, in a new way, we can apply this to a lot of things. I allow you guys to do thinking for me sometimes, and it's okay. So as you guys are discussing the matters and the things that are on my heart or my mind, where things get crazy, this is where the battlefield is, guys. This is
We live in
generational
your
warfare.
mind.
But I think that your spirit guide can take the place of these people's voices, that you could be listening to actual knowledge coming from above. And
It
all
could
you
be
gotta do
grace.
is change your radio station.
Well, maybe he is.
Oh, I have many
Maybe
times.
that's what this is.
Mhm.
No,
I'm an
I don't think
agent.
you guys are higher consciousness. Do you think he's talking to your higher selves? Maybe that's possible.
And back with that, it's a good 1 week challenge, because here I fall back into it and it's painful. So I'm looking for things to get out of self with. It could be nature. I do have those tools. But Corrine, get your butt down to Skid Row. Go help some of those people down there and get out of yourself for a day. Bring some lunch or something. LA is a very spiritual, awesome place. It does.
I've already fed the homeless, and that's actually
Well, it's just-
extremely unhealthy for me personally.
You have something that I want too. I'd love to be there, and that's what I would be doing. I'd be staying busy doing that.
You need to be busy doing that for yourself.
Right.
You have a homeless person within.
Well, I'm well past it. I'm a decade or more in this, and
It's
Then
hard.
God would have given you the mission already. You would be on this mission.
Mm.
What you are meant to be doing is what you are exactly doing. I promise you.
oh, I don't have any doubts. But what it allows me the freedom to I get to move and do things without too much thought. You guys are speaking for me. I allow you in my mind. So, and I don't hear a lot of eyes from you guys at all. Just to put that out there. Although you don't. You're not like that. Like, you guys share a lot of your experience of what you're doing. You're not telling war stories. You're not doing that stuff. You're speaking about these experiences you're having, just like my days in recovery. We weren't allowed to share about any war stories, thank God. It was always about what you were doing in your recovery. It could have been a lot of things.
Really? We had lots of shares, man. I heard some shit.
Not
Turn your
us.
hair white.
This is,
Yeah.
I
That
went to the
too.
last house on the block. Recovery house was straight up, no one wanted to go there. And that was the first one I ever landed in. But back to the in the mantras, the thy will be done, or the Odin Vilives, or the pick up a mantra, pick up something. Oh, Gordy. A-I-O-U,
Hey, Gordy, don't you know, Gordy Two Shoes, you know the Shiva mantra, Om Nam, Om Shivaya.
No, that's new. I've just recently read that. I have not implemented that yet.
Just grab it on YouTube. It's fucking amazing. Be careful. Be careful. It's powerful. Be careful.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It is powerful. It was a little scary, honestly.
To do these things, and like Gordy's owls, dude. Like, look at that. Everyone who doesn't have an owl experience, like when those owls come into your life and you're wondering what it is, well, Gordy, you just make it even more important. Like these mystical personal experiences I've had. I've been fortunate enough to share them with others. But again, you guys allow me not to have to be in my head. I can be in my heart. And then ultimately what I'm trying to get to is, let's be in our guts. Let's be in our instinct. You guys talk about intuition, instinct, inspiration.
That's not where it comes from. Your instinct, your intuition. Yes, instinct is animal body. That's
Yeah,
just
let's get into it. Trust me, you're going to need it.
intuition is
That animal
completely
body
different.
is a very mindful and alert thing. That's the squirrel out there, he's looking for
Yeah,
nuts.
when you're in
but he's
survival
alert.
mode, you use it. But when you're not in survival mode, you do not use it.
Be in survival mode. Survival mode's good.
Well, you might live in survival mode. That might be your thing.
Well, again, getting out of the head, not saying I, and trying to be selfless, get out of self, doing it through art or these things. But, people are getting their butts kicked, and the only place they're getting their butts kicked is up here. It's the only place they have to get us. They can write algorithms for our minds and the way we think. They can write all these things. They can NSA us or whatever, but
I
they
gotta ask you
can't
though.
know your prayers. They can't know your gut feelings. They can't predict that. And when you start following the heart and acting out of those instinctual survival mode, they're not going to be able to predict that ever. And again, back to what you guys do, we're wondering what we're manifesting. We're manifesting.
I don't manifest, by the way.
You don't manifest?
No, I don't. I don't do whatever you guys think.
Am I using the wrong word? Is there a better word?
Whatever you would have to define for me what you think it is, but I don't do it either way.
Well, every word that comes out of my mouth is a
Like
spell.
manifesting, do you mean sitting down at an altar and doing a spell, or do you mean
Yeah, I'm not at
masturbating
the-
and thinking about something?
For me, it's more. I can accomplish a lot of what you do through that.
What do I do?
Well, if you were to do ritual magic and all that stuff
I
and
don't.
ceremonial.
I don't. I know how, and I have. But
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
Well, I've experienced just a little bit of it, and it's a little too effective. So I just kind of tend to.
Powerful shit. Mantras
It's powerful
too.
stuff.
When you get the tools out, you mean business, and heaven says, okay, this one means business. But so
Yeah.
does hell. Hell also sees that you mean business, and you will be attacked.
And sometimes you just want to be a spider on the wall to observe a late night radio conversation. I think that's what Snake was saying too sometimes.
No, again,
Snake is
See?
very
This is-
insightful.
This is why we love you, Alan. Always grounding us back
thank you,
in.
Alan. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And but there are a lot of people. Like yesterday, I got a call from a friend who committed suicide. So listen, you guys, all of us here, not to mention the support. So you can come here, you find yourself here, and everyone here is authentic. We don't have any agendas. We don't have any of this stuff. We're not afraid of the unknown. Like, we're out here talking about topics and spells they're trying to throw at us, and we're just slaying sorcerers left and right because we're able to at least take in consideration, put these little pieces together, and knowing what's authentic or the discernment to do such a thing, or is it even worth my time or energy? I'm looking for some people I can trust, some trusted friends to, because you get what I'm saying? So this is what we're doing here, I find.
All right, talking about attacking wizards and kicking asses.
Me? You want me to?
No, I'm saying what
Yeah.
what we're doing here. You're
That's
saying
what we're doing.
metaphysically we're
Yeah.
kicking ass.
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
are.
Well, there's a lot of counter magic going on here. 19, Snake Jones 19, that 19 was a counter, and it worked. Look at that beautiful man.
Go back,
Sorry.
Gordy.
I love your recovery story.
Show us the Buddha belly. Gordy,
Yeah.
show us the Buddha belly.
Yes.
That's it. I was bigger than this,
Awesome.
actually.
It's
Like a
almost
girl.
11 o'clock. I just got a text from Freeman Fly. I can't believe
Yay.
he's up this
Oh,
late.
cool.
Because for
Well, if
him, it's
Freeman
like after
flies
1
up,
o'clock.
and wants to chat any night,
Yeah, come on, Freeman.
there's always
welcome to
welcome
come
Freeman
on.
Fly.
He's
Send him a
building a new
juggling.
world for all of us.
He almost came to the house up in New York. We were kind of expecting him. But I don't blame him for not showing up because of the chromo and the lockdowns and the threats and stuff.
He
They
doesn't
told-
travel well, I'll tell you that. He doesn't like it.
I bet I traveled so much. See, he proved to me. That's what I mean. During those times,
Dude.
back when I was riding
when
off,
he had the Winnebago.
back in those early days, starting off with that, Aaron, you had head that lies in you once you're dead. There was Freeman, and he had been there from 98, 99. I remember those days.
Started
Yeah,
same time
same.
as Alex motherfucking Jones.
And him sharing about traveling through the country and his friendship. His voice came to my mind. So sometimes guys, and if you haven't had this experience, someone else enters your mind and it's a friend, or it could be in beginning days, it was the Freeman Flies and the people I chose to spend my
Dude,
time.
Freeman is loud when he gets in your head.
No,
Like,
gee.
he's got the loudspeaker. It's awesome. I'm so happy that we could be friends, and he's part of our community. He's my friend. He does hear about you guys. And
Oh,
everything.
cool.
A
You
new
know-
spider has entered the room.
Freeman and I have
Hello,
a,
spider.
who's our new spider?
SB Agler reporting for duty, sir.
SB?
He's out there on
Sean,
the battlefield.
SB Elger has joined. He's listening. He might be able to speak if he's unmuted and his microphone is on and he's focused. We'll
Yeah,
let
you gotta
him
get some of that out,
we'll
bro.
let him join the conversation once we get him up to speed here, making sure that he's driving at the speed of traffic
He's in, but
on
he's
this
not
live
in.
weave.
So this is a manifestation, occult priestess, Corrine. This is me in an army tent on Murder Mountain. And somehow I got this interview on my phone because we didn't have internet. We'd go to town to Alder Point or something, which was quite a journey. Anyhow, somehow I got that interview with you and Chance on my phone. I listened to that sucker about 5-10 times because I only had a few. I think I had a Freeman Fly, a couple Pro episodes to
Is that the
download.
Vibrant episode?
No, this is going
With
back.
Chance Garton?
Yeah,
I know that Ozzy's coming out with a crypto bat. I know this already, Freeman. It's the first time I know something before it happens.
So this is
Snake is
manifestation.
telling us about an Interverse episode with Occult
I
Priestess.
know.
and
I've heard
Chance
this
Garton.
story. It's amazing. I love it.
Well, we want others to hear this story because I want the same.
We have
thing
other
to happen to them.
listeners.
Yeah.
I want to hear this story.
So when I heard you and him, oh my God, I could hear you, Corrine, really support him in something he wanted to do and he wasn't sure about, and you gave him the courage, and he just took off from there.
That's what
Month-
I do. I'm a cheerleader.
Month or
dude.
so, right? That's what we do. And see, Chance, you and Ben Balderson all on
Chance
the same
isn't here
podcast.
anymore.
That's not a manifestation. Do you think
Even
if I
Ben
wasn't on
came
that,
here. Ben
if I
came
wasn't on
here.
that
That was
mountain?
crazy.
yeah, and if I wasn't loving and enjoying and putting my energy and wanting to hear that again or see more content like that again, it wouldn't happen. So this is what we're doing. What is going on here?
So you manifested me? Is that what happened? Because I think God did that. That's what I do. I blame God. I don't blame myself for making shit happen.
How do I get out of here? So yeah, keep that in mind, everybody, because you know, that's what
And
I
part
do.
of this flow state, this art party that we gather together every Wednesday night to encourage someone listening to create something. Grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, start doodling, start writing down your bingo card ideas, 25 ideas on a 5x5 grid. Write down ideas, words, phrases, memes, put them on your psychic bingo card in the 5x5 magic square grid, and predict what we're going to talk about on Saturday during the Weaving Spiders Welcome episode on Saturday night. You can play your psychic bingo card, and there will be prizes awarded to people who tell us they've won and show us their card and tell us how they won playing Weaving Spiders Welcome Psychic Bingo.
Amazing things happen. Come out of that.
Hey, can you
That's
guys hear
kind
me
of-
talking or not?
We hear you
I
now,
can hear
Sean.
you. Hear you, Sean.
Sorry, I'm driving in the snow, so I was being very careful about turning on a live broadcast. I just saw some old friends over here, and we went out to a weird bar that's full of old-fashioned video games. So I just played a round of Super Mario Brothers for the first time in a long time.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Fun.
But I wanted to jump in and at least say hi, because when I get home, I'm probably just going to bail. But I didn't want to miss it altogether. But you know how it is if you have the chance to see someone you haven't seen for a long time.
Absolutely.
What's up, Sean?
How's it going? I thought
Brother.
I heard some guitar coming off of Gordy there.
And Chance too.
Oh, see, I
think he
think I
was-
sent Chance a message one time. What instruments does he play? But I don't think he saw it. So I was always been curious.
Oh, I think he played bass in a band for quite a while. I don't
Yeah,
know.
because I remember talking. That's what made me want to know, because I
Yeah.
remember he said that he had a band, and then when it broke up, that it was it's that weird vacuum feeling of like, what the hell do I do with my life? When you're not in a band anymore. I know that feeling.
Gordy's still showing us some owl pictures. Maybe we want to go full screen on some Sean to see some beautiful Sean face.
Oh yeah. Let's do Sean face. One.
Here you go. There. Is that better? I'll drive with the dome light on.
Jim will bring it full screen.
Sure. There.
so we can see who's speaking as I'm speaking without a camera on. But because
But
Sean has a beautiful camera on, we want to see Sean's beautiful face.
You're always invisible anymore, Alan. Why is that?
Technical issues, specifically having to install a cam driver, or do I want to use my smartphone device for a camera, but then I don't really have a mount for it. And also most of the time I'm standing here. So if I have it mounted, you're just going to see probably the midsection of my bathrobe. You might not even see my face if I'm standing here. So I'm just trying to be flexible and trying to make sure that people are going to alanmarcus.com when they see me talking now, because it shows up there. Yeah, alanmarcus.com is my name, my website, my brand, maybe the name of my band. I don't know. All of those things.
No, that's the name of my band, alanmarcus.com.
Ooh. Now we got a feud. Yes, we can make
It's a loving asshole alert.
So don't worry, Alan, you can be in the band.
I could be in the band. Yeah, our hit song is about Thanksgiving. That's
Yeah,
what we're
could you-
manifesting. That's
Right.
where so
we can still make that song. We're not out of
yes,
time.
right. And we want to premiere a Thanksgiving song for Thanksgiving 2022. So we have a few
That'll
months
work. That gives us
to
a whole
work
year
on
to
this.
work on it. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we can make
So
it. We could make it country, you know, the hound dog, fuck the turkey, and mom don't let us eat it.
That's a pretty good hook. The
Yeah.
hound dog
it might be a Thanksgiving themed album. There are so many bad Christmas albums, but
manifesting.
why don't artists create Thanksgiving music and Thanksgiving songs? And I'm not talking about Hillsong or worship leaders singing songs of praise and thanksgiving to God, Yahweh, or whoever's up there that they're singing to.
I think Alice's restaurant nailed it. That's why nobody ever tried it after that.
Yeah. Arlo Guthrie scared everybody off. But you know what song
I
like
agree with
on
Jim. I agree.
Arlo Guthrie, I like that song. He says, I don't want a pickle. I just want to ride my motorcycle. I don't want to die. I just want to ride my motorcycle. You guys know that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard that in a million years.
They are coming. I'm coming into Los Angeles. I'm bringing in a couple of keys. You guys heard that song? Don't touch my bags if you please, Mr. Customs Man.
Dude, I don't remember it. But he was.
I like Arlo Guthrie. He's kind of a weirdo, but I like him.
You think he was a real anarchist?
No, those people are all descended straight from all the bullshit, man. They're all actors.
Tavistock.
What?
I'm here. I'm with you. The
Yeah.
hippies were CIA agents, dude. Yeah.
You're not telling me those guys were just pure as the wind-driven snow in that culture? Come on, you.
Some
You
of them were
pulling-
even
putting me on-
pedophiles.
Some of them might have been manipulated by
And Woody got
the drugs that were given in.
They were friends with fucking William S. Burroughs and shit. How could they be good?
Exactly.
Dude, what did William S. Burroughs do? I know he did drugs, but what did he do that was immoral? I want to know. Tell me.
Well, he shot his wife and got away with it by excusing it as it being one of these who's the put the apple on top of your head trick? I can't think of the
Yeah,
guy's
I didn't know that was
William
him.
Tell.
I know the story, but I didn't know that was Burroughs.
And not only that, he was infamous for being involved with pedophilia with young boys. And
William S. Burroughs.
I didn't
wrote
know Burroughs
the
was a
book
pedophilia.
Naked Lunch. Is
Yeah.
that
Yes,
his
That's
well-known
his
book?
The other
Made
guy
claim
you
to
mentioned
fame.
was
he was
You
really
know what
Arlo
they
Guthrie.
say.
method.
You've heard the phrase, there's no such thing as a free naked lunch.
I watched
you-
it for free.
That's really true, Alan, because if you get a naked lunch, you're gonna pay for it.
One way or another, you're paying.
You're gonna pay for it. And
Someone has to toss the salad, and it may be you, and you may not want to.
That's right.
Only in
Naked
a
lunch is free.
satanic Masonic cult. There's no salads at my house like that.
So I remember this. I'll tell you one more story because I'm about to pull up to my house here. So I remember reading or I listened to Keith Richards' autobiography, which is well worth hearing. It's a good story. It's fascinating. But he said that him and his buddy were trying to get off of heroin, and so that William S. Burroughs sent them this like haggard nurse, like what do they call the battle axe nurse, and they would use anti-morphine or something like that, and it would just kill you. And so like him and his buddy ended up laying up in this, you know, like a little private kind of hospital setup, and it was all because of William S. Burroughs, and they suffered like hell, you know, like they asked him because they wanted to know how to kick dope properly, and what he did to him was like kind of similar to Narcan, I think. You know, it's something that
Wow, Narcan, that's some serious shit.
it is, yeah. But back in the day before it was so perfected, it's called anti-morphone, I think. But yeah, so that was a funny. To me, that's one more point against William S. Burroughs when, you know, a rock and roller like Keith Richards confides in you that he wants some help, and instead you give him a battle axe nurse and to kick dope even harder than he would if he just quit. But I got to walk in here, you guys. I love you guys all very much. I'll probably see you next week for sure because I'm looking forward to making some art.
Cool.
Take care of yourself and your family.
Same to you guys.
It's good to see you, buddy.
I was being careful when the audio wasn't working. I didn't want you guys to see a muted version of me putting the truck into a telephone pole, so I was just going real slow.
Oh God.
Really slow.
Thank you. We didn't want to see that either.
Yeah, that'd have been bad. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for popping by. Thank you.
Is anyone brave enough to read excerpts from a banned book from
I'm glad he
1959?
came in.
Can you say all those words?
I
I mean, Alan, I've heard you say the F word
We're
once.
talking about manifestation.
I
And
cussed a lot tonight.
I don't
did
know.
4
It's
F-bombs.
usually me.
Well, I'm pissed, obviously.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
I have a book.
Attorney General versus a book named Naked Lunch, October 8th, 1965, Suffolk County. This is the official court document banning the book Naked Lunch.
What movie is this reminding me of?
And it makes great radio.
Naked Lunch. They
It
made
is a
movie.
film. Isn't this the film where things turn into?
Uh-huh.
Oh my God!
The
Have you
Beetle?
seen the film?
Yeah, it's
The beetle with the butthole
It's
mouth.
David Cronenberg. That's why that guy's a serious psycho.
That movie creeped me out, man.
If you haven't seen Videodrone or Naked Lunch, then
Yeah,
you
Videodrome.
got to get your cult.
Where's the battle
information.
for American? In the mind. I got a book.
It's an info war. You know that Alex Jones told you, and hashtag Alex Jones was right.
I never listened to that guy. God,
Dude, Alex Jones was right. Give it a break.
no, I don't. I just never. Why would I listen to
He's
him?
more
when I get
political.
ready
He's
to
not spiritual. You're right. But he does try to get those Christians in line. You should hear him. I'm
This
going
is
to
a-
eat your ass.
This is the first copy of Dr. George W. Carey's The Zodiac and the Salts of Salvation. It's a gift from Jared, our beloved. And in it, because we were talking about Google changing I'm going back to that, see?
Right, the digital alterations of media, changing books, kind of like the
Video-
Ministry of Truth in 1984.
So yeah, we have Santos
James, you need to say
Bonacci
that.
is always using Dr. George W. Carey's Zodiac wheel, and it has the Ouroboros in it. Would you be able to bring that up, Alan? Because this
looking
is
at?
when you guys are talking about. Type in maybe I can find it real quick. Sorry, I'm not.
Well,
Can we find
Jim,
it?
Jim
I
dropped
got
something
you.
in the chat, you guys, and he's like, "Video drone killed the radio drone," and I think that he might be onto something there.
So people aren't aware of this, and now we have the Ouroboros circling. You know, we're talking about Odin.
Are you talking about a cover art image of a book?
It's in this book from 19. I will read something from it. And then
Oh,
we'll-
dude.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what
Fred
we do here.
mentioned
We
Eraserhead
read excerpts from books.
Eraserhead.
Trev in the chat, you must start with Eraserhead first. And
Yes.
dude, that's trippy
Hope you
too.
guys can
I'm a
see
cult
this.
movie
I
fan
love
from
I'll
the
take a picture and I'll post it on a Telegram. Again, they're changing things. So there's something very unique and special in here.
Snake,
This
where,
book was printed
where's the
Right.
picture that you wanted to show? Maybe I can.
1932. Okay. So from 1932 to now, we have men like Santos Bonacci. He runs and he shows this off. This is what his astrotheological stuff is based off of.
Everybody's taking it from older stuff. Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
but
of those
don't
boys had an
alter it.
original idea at all.
Check out the altar. This is gonna blow you away. So this is what they changed, or he did, or someone. You cannot find an original online of this.
Huh.
And it's not just, so what I'm saying is it's not just the Kabbalist, oh darn it.
Are you wearing a lei?
Me, this is no, this is a flak jacket. And this is, what are you talking about?
That looks like a lei from Hawaii.
No, this is snake bones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
rattlesnake bones that Ben Bullerson gifted me.
That's intense.
Oh yeah, I'm invoking some stuff tonight.
Dude, that's really intense magic and medicine too.
You know what's in this bag?
No, I don't.
About a dozen dead addicts, including my father.
Are you praying for them?
Do I pray for them?
I mean, what are you doing with them? Are you having a
I
party?
had to do something with their ashes.
That's
Back to a real pandemic.
yes.
Thank you.
This is what Snake has been telling us. He's been saying that there's real concern for real loved ones, and their lives are on the line, their souls are on the line. And if you lose your mind, you lose your heart, you lose your soul, what are you left with? Ashes.
Metaphysical. It's beyond the physical.
So I had those ashes from the new moon ceremony that Ben put on. It was a beautiful
I think
ceremony.
that's super beautiful.
And I
that
brought
you're
that across the
wearing
country
it.
along with these. And so the salts, the memory is contained within the bones. And that's what that's about. You know, you have to address it somehow.
Well, I guarantee you were a past life shaman because you're doing all this off of intuition.
I'm no shaman without my divine feminine. Know that.
Well, I think you're remembering things, not learning new things.
You know, when you mentioned that before with my son, and because I got a lot of military gear just for my 10-year-old boy. He wants to be a historian and a collector. He wants to open a museum of military. And you had mentioned maybe it might be a haunting, because we don't consider a lot of things. But even when I was a little boy, all boys were attracted to that stuff. Now, did you get that photo I sent?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up right now.
What do you notice?
Let me save it and bring it up, and then I'll tell you what I see here.
So we're getting
Not
into
easy
in a
driving a
moment.
stream.
He does great.
Trying
He
to be
really does a good job.
the conductor of a steam engine. Maybe it's a trolley. Maybe we're in San Francisco. Maybe we're
Let's-
thinking about the San Francisco treat, rice and roni. Anybody else who's hungry? Food for
Woo,
thought.
woo.
Trying to bring up an image here. Let me bring that up.
The commercials are actually jingles and catchy.
They are.
So is this zodiac wheel that George W. Carey presented to the world? So I thought these aren't new things, especially a lot of stuff we're talking about. In a book like this, you'll find that.
Yep.
Are we seeing the image now?
There's the
I've
original.
owned 2 occult bookstores. I totally know this. It's all rehashed. And when I see a new
Oh,
teacher,
yeah,
I'm
I
like,
have seen this.
who are they copying off of this time?
So we have
I want
2
that.
things here that are removed from anything you can find online. People like Santos Bonacci are running around presenting this to people. And I first saw it with Santos Bonacci, having no idea. Maybe I might have missed him referring to George W. Carey, but those are back in the days when astrotheology was kind of scary because
This
Yeah, I know.
chart here says it's by Inez Eudora Perry.
I have this book at home.
So is this from a theosophist from Theosophy? Because that's the symbology they're using.
I think I
Theosophy.
have this book. I think this is in that bunch of books that my father-in-law left.
Ooh, I bet
This is in there.
Oh,
check.
I found one on Amazon. They suggested it to me but that's on the cover.
This came from a rare book dealer, Jared.
It's all about the salt.
And when he gave me this, I teared up. I immediately gave him my most prized possession, which was my copy. second or third edition copy of Robert Bloom's Rune book because he caught me off guard. It was a wonderful gift. I haven't been able to get into it, so I'm always. That's another thing when Rachel and Ben are doing a rune lesson or they're talking about their alchemy.
Hey, that's cool, by the way.
It is. You guys are doing work that I so desire to be able to do on my own, but I can't because I'm building the farm.
Yeah.
So, but I still get to participate and I still get to learn and I get some experience with it for those later days. And
I'm
hopefully
still
I'll be able
sharing
to-
this image and we're looking at this
author
image.
was
Snake, what more
born-
did you have to say about
Look
this
at this
image?
author, dudes.
Back to them removing things and us having to be careful. Like, I mean, this is odd. How do I? Once I saw this, though, it dispelled all the myth of these symbols. This is 1932, and you got a swastika and a star, David.
That's
Now, these sons of bitches
theosophy.
really have hijacked. They're both on the same team. Screw them.
Yes, they are. Thank
They're
you.
the same team,
Mhm.
right and left. I ain't got time
Nice.
for it.
The
Now we have
author
something
of
sneaky
that
here.
book was born in Salem, Massachusetts.
Ah, Salem again. Damn.
If you look up the author of these books, you got to look at all of their work in them as a lifestyle to understand that they're with the darkness.
And he presents to us as the Bible being, there's a lot in it, but as a way, okay, here we go. We're 9 months in the womb, and those 9 months, wherever they be, where you're born, and those 3 months when you're outside of the womb are health-wise and a lot of other things, the 3 zodiac signs you need to be working on. So tied to this graph, you can use this to see like maybe like, you know, wherever you are, you might have those ailments, and he associates the salts and some alchemy in there when you unlock all this stuff and you really work with it and you can do that work. Because I'm thinking of Ophiuchus. This is supposed to be the 13th hidden one. I don't know if they just where it came from, but Ophiuchus seems to me to be a real person who is traveling through the 12 zodiacs, just passing through, and things like this should be available to an Ophiuchus as he's going through and learning and development, whatever, soul development, spiritual development in this realm. And this would be a good tool. Already they've removed symbols in there that are there for a reason. So how can I do Dr. George W. Carey's the way he wrote it if you remove these things? And it's just 2 symbols. There's a lot here. You spend years and years just working on this, you're going to end up being a badass person. This is going to do something awesome for you. It's going to get you deeper into the Bible if you wanted to read it. That's a good approach for me. I'm not into the Bible. It gives you opens a whole new world to the Bible that you never knew. How many Johos or Catholics are out there that are just like, God dang, this Bible.
So
Here you go.
the name of this chart is Astrochemico Physiological and Chromatic Chart. It includes astrology, chemico as in chemicals, physiological as in parts of the body, parts of the physiology, and chromatic meaning colors. So there's an aspect of color chart on this around the outer circle.
I think it could be overlaid on the tarot and the earth, as well as
You mean it would have associations with?
Yeah.
Yes.
You could even, I mean, if you wanted to include Ophiuchus consciously, you could put a sidereal chart over it, because unconsciously it's part of Scorpio. So, I mean, there is value in keeping it that way, but if you wanted to make more conscious decisions, it would change some of the lines.
What do you think when you see this, Rachel?
Wait a minute, Snake. Look
Yeah.
at what's around your neck and what's going on here with the bones of this snake here.
Oh, I'm gonna post another picture today. So we went to the thrift store. That's what we do. We go look for practical items for the farm, books and stuff like that. Maybe a flak jacket or 2. But I want this. This is how I cannot get away from it. I'll put this up in Telegram real quick.
The snake eating its own tail in that
This is
chart
a door knocker.
is just like his necklace.
I think it's cool as heck.
Ophiuchus.
Like, I like it a lot. I think I would like it better if it was sidereal though, because in my
Yeah.
mind that makes more sense because it's dealing with real world energies and not seasonal energies. because the seasonal wheel is stationary. It's always going to be stationary. But
Rachel, I see you working on what
Yeah.
appears to be an image of a wheel. What is this about? Let's show our work.
this is a copy that I'm making for Sean.
Jim, can we full screen this Rachel camera?
Yeah. Rachel, can you turn your mic on in that camera? By any chance?
Yeah, let me switch.
Yeah, we want to get a close-up view of what Rachel's working on her
Yeah, full
artist
screen it.
cam. Yeah, and while she's doing that, we want to mention that Snake is wearing the bones of a snake around his neck. The image of the chart we looked at has a snake eating its tail around the circumference of the chart. He's also talking about Ophiuchus or Ophiuchus, however you want to pronounce that name, being a person, a man who holds snakes in his hands. A snake handler.
A lot of this
Yeah.
stuff, just in my own personal life, is a lot of times very overwhelming. And back to getting out of self, when you guys are discussing these matters and you do it so well, I'm able to get out of myself and not let it overwhelm me. You know, like today, Gabe put up a video and he's talking about the numbers in that rabbit hole and how it can make you crazy, or not crazy, insane. Crazy's good. Crazy's.
Are you implying that some people go on the gematria crazy train and take that all the way down to wherever it leads them without
Man, just
knowing
follow
where
the
they're going with it?
breadcrumbs. You ain't got to go in the hole. Just follow the breadcrumbs, and because these numbers, if you're not experiencing it, but it's very when you keep it personal, and then you keep your eyes open and you watch and listen, and you have platforms like, well, when you have something like this, and I get to hear Gordy talk about his experience, or Gabe, or you, Alan, and we weave these things together. You know, that I don't see how you could do the work any other way at this point. And it's, if I'm not just expressing gratitude,
Sometimes the
why
work
would
is
you do it?
pencil on paper and you write out the thoughts and the ideas and you can share them, make art out of them.
Now, did you see
It's
the
just-
picture I sent of the thing I saw today? I can't get away from it.
Yeah, the bull or the Ophiuchus
door
with
knocker.
Okay, yeah,
lion.
let
I'm
me
a
bring that
Leo.
up.
It's $400, by the way.
Yeah, I'll get that.
And then now look at Rachel, beautiful Rachel. I
We
had
want
no
to
idea.
show Rachel's art. She's
Yeah,
able to go full screen.
she's someone you want to commission some work from, big time. Passed
Original
down
Rachel Muniz art.
generations. That's gorgeous.
Can you speak, Rachel?
And that's going for Sean. I'm so jealous.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Very cool.
There it
Yeah.
is. Now you can go
So-
full screen, Rachel.
I don't know how to do it, but yeah.
By talking, you go full screen and
Okay,
Jim will make you go,
perfect.
go full
Okay.
screen.
So, in a nutshell, this outer ring is the sidereal placements because this is based on nature sequences. So the Fibonacci sequence, which is 3, 5, 8, 13. So you have the 13 signs, the 8 seasonal fire festivals. The inner ring is Venus sequences, but it's also plant sequences of growth.
Rachel, your
and then
audio
the
may be cutting
colors-
out,
So,
so you may need to speak more
the colors for
slowly.
the signs. Yeah, my internet's not great. Okay.
That's better.
The colors are for the elements. And for the zodiac, I have the CMYK colors that they use in printing. So that's magenta, cyan, yellow, and black. And those are binary, those are human. That's the human mathematic sequence. That's how we get archetypes and bring the divine into our world. So all these tiny dots around are the RBG color sequence in nature and light. And that is for mutable, fixed, and cardinal. Because that talks about the quality of those elements as they're expressed in the archetype and those elements. So you have like earthy water or fiery air. And that's what that shows here.
I love it.
Man,
love
I
it.
know the coolest people.
You're amazing. May I ask what inspired you and Sean to do that today? Because I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize you were drawing a wheel.
I just wanted to do it for myself. And then Sean wanted a copy, so I'm making him a copy.
Hey,
There's a lot
Rachel.
of intelligence to your design, beloved.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a story related to that. And Corinne, you may enjoy this. So I had Rachel make me that patch for me. And I took a day to just let kind of flow happen, right? I was super pissed about work and just the shit they're pulling it in my job, and I just didn't want to go. I wasn't gonna fucking do it that day. And I just called off. I'm like, okay, get up, do your turmeric and butter coffee and meditate. Just sit and meditate all morning. Take a long, hot, super Epsom salt bath and super duper hot and just flow all day and just see where it takes you, right? So, but I needed to do get my car registered. So I go take the car registered, and I'm thinking, oh, I want to get my daughter these Oracle cards for Christmas. So I call the little medical physical shop to see if they have what I want, and they had no idea what I was even talking about. And I think I've called the wrong place. And so I went down to Barnes & Noble was near the emissions station, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go in there and just take a look and let Flo kind of choose the cards, right? And and I was doing that, and I was directed to some, but it also led me to, have I told this story on the show before? I don't know.
You haven't.
So
Hold it again.
It led me to this book, right? And I'm like, psychic witch, what kind of teen goth bullshit is this? And I pull it out, and of course it's got an owl on it. So I'm like, okay, all right, well, let me do a little bibliomancy and see what happens. See if this guy's
Share
really
the name of the author of
Actually-
the book, Psychic Witch.
Oh, this is Psychic Witch by Matt Aron. So
I want to connect this idea really briefly. The idea of the Orin is a symbol in the never-ending story,
Mhm.
which are two snakes combined in an Ouroboros. So they're both biting each other's tails. So the name of the author of Psychic Witch, Matt Oren, chose his nom de plume, his pen name, based off of a symbol from the never-ending story, which are two snakes interwoven, biting each other's tail. Continue, Gordy.
and
I'd also like to
what's-
say that Psychic Witch was in the running with Occult Priestess when I picked my title like 20 years ago.
really nice. So
Crazy sausages. That's crazy. Go ahead, Gordy. Sorry.
wow. Okay, so I just pull it open, and I'm like, okay, I'll just see what this is about. And I pull right open and read something about connecting with higher self in order to heal yourself and heal other people at a distance, and some sort of thing like that. But connecting, the way he was describing connecting was exactly perfect. I'm like, okay,
Oh, so this is
to talk
absolutely a
about
nonfiction book.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
I
a
didn't
different.
even
This
know
is
that.
this is a new book. It just came out this summer, I think.
Do you remember what page you bibliomancied on? And did
You
you
know-
clean it afterwards?
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. This is just.
That's the
coming.
flow. That's
This is
the
just
point.
flow.
That's
the
going to
point,
be fun
exactly.
for her to find. If she picks up on that energetically and that page stands out, that's going to be really beautiful to find. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm hanging on to this one to read before so that I can give it to her for her birthday, which is later this month. But I've got one of my my baby Al's bookmarks.
I like it.
But anyway, I was impressed. It's a lot of stuff that it's very hermetic. It's a lot of stuff that I've kind of found out on my own, but I'm actually impressed that he's not with the exercises, because the exercises that he does in it, I think are really good tools. But I have this terrible.
You can make a
ADD
video series about them. Everyone else does.
Yeah, probably. So, yeah.
40.
Yeah.
So when did you first sit down with those owls? What year was that?
Wait 1 second. How can we put a book down and talk about bibliomancy?
Oh, we're gonna get
without
there.
Actually doing it.
We're gonna get there. What year were you sitting down with those owls for the first time?
It was 2019.
2018? So 2019, I'm running around picking up dead owls off the side of the road. I'm harvesting their feathers. I'm just drawn to this owl. I had a couple in my backyard hooting at me, and it was just in those moments, it was like you described. I didn't, and you do it so much better than I, but I had this experience as well. I took those 19 feathers when JT brought us that counter magic, which was good magic, was the one of 19. Back then, I my first 2 big subscriptions on a Patreon was JT and then RX Only Picture Show. I got the 1-year deal with Tracy. But anyhow, carry that on. Then I'm up in New York. I put all these people together, and I was able to gift those 19 feathers. But actually only 17 because someone took 2 of them. We know what happened to him. But the way I see it is, I was inspired by you, probably sitting there with those owls, and somehow that weave was happening. Do you understand where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking about putting in that book on the shelf for your daughter to find and all that. This is the real magic. This is how it's done. And you're telling me you don't know how you're doing it. You know how you're doing it.
Yeah.
I'm doing it. James doing it. We're all doing it.
This is a never-ending story.
It's a never-ending story.
Oren. These are the spiders
Right.
woven together. The weave continues.
I realized the other day when I was doodling that that's the sign of Cancer. Cancer's not crab arms, because you have Gemini, which is mirror facing mirror. But then how do they get together? It becomes that 69, and we all laugh about it.
69, dude.
69. But that's what that is.
Well, it's also Bill and Ted, and they taught us all.
Well,
history,
yeah, it's all
so.
kinds of fun things, but that's
But I
what it
think
looks
I've
like.
seen that picture in a lot of vampire Dracula movies.
Probably.
So a lot of us are undisciplined. We even against everything that they did to destroy our elders, destroy our tribes, destroy our structure of how our ancestors naturally lived for so long, which made them powerful giants and all these titans that I'm pretty sure we came from, and their 12 salts. But what I'm saying is, now we all, you're rediscovering your grandfather, and the things he was into. And here we are naturally getting back into what is our right. It's our right to do these things. And you keep saying you don't know how you're doing it, but you do.
Yeah.
By being authentic, by the recovery. the recovery. The definition of recovery is to be recovered from a hopeless state of mind and body, seemingly. So you can insert anything you want into there, whatever you're recovering from. And this is a process that you can do. We add things like the hero's journey to it. We add things like Gordy's story about sitting with the owls, and we make connections like with my own experience and those very unique, special moments when I'm just in the backyard and the world drowns out over a hoot of an owl, and I hoot back and it hoots back. These are very mystical, magical things. And where I'm going is the bibliography. So here's this guy, I see him in San Francisco, and he doesn't look like the kind of person you would think. Show his picture again. Snake and him hanging out. How much you willing to bet? We got a lot more in common. All endings are beginnings. That book was the light in my darkest shadow moment. Yeah. Yes, it was. Real feather.
Right on.
And when you would read from it, when I couldn't read from it myself, thank you, Gordy. I love you, man.
Love you, brother.
It's not just us. We got people in chat. We got people who watch. Everybody I know, everyone craves. It's fellowship.
Yeah.
We need it.
Community.
The thing I hope to teach the most is you guys got to get out there. Buffalo and Legs, they open up their podcast with one of the most amazing intros right now.
Dude, pro. Man, I am impressed with those guys.
They're doing what don't you wish we were doing what they're doing?
At their age? Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, damn, I gone if I did that.
And whatever we got to do to empower each other, share our magic, share our experience, and get the eyes out, I guess.
Yeah.
I can get out of self with you guys. It's amazing.
Yeah, but it's that being authentic. It's that is the power, is surrendering into your own authenticity and just letting it fucking whatever this is, you're gonna have it, and then magic comes out.
Remember the dream?
Which one?
When I fell asleep listening to one of your first 5-hour streams, and I woke up and Sean was the guest. He came back, and I dreamed that we went to the concert.
Yeah.
And there was a white witch that was jumping into people's hearts and pulling out demons, and everyone was running from it. The people who ran from it died, but the people who she got to and pulled the demons out lived. And so Gordy reaches out and says, hey man, it was a Red Fang concert. Hey man, there's a Red Fang concert this October. What was the date? Location?
It was October 19th.
October 19th.
At a place called 191 Tool.
So I didn't know I was going to get there. I had no idea. But when you brought that to me, of course I'm going to buy a damn ticket. I told my wife, and she's like, what? Like, I don't know. Hold on, honey. We'll see where it gets us. We got canceled because of the vaccines and stuff like that. So, but what came out of it was all of a sudden we get some, who's the goofball who's making people walk through his mouth? Because I'm not into that stuff. So those people die.
The Astro World?
Astro World. That's what I dreamed about. Those people, were dying of heart attacks, probably suffocating from fentanyl overdose, or who knows, and the frequencies. That's real magic. I don't know. I just knew immediately when that came out to stay away from it. That it wasn't for me. It was for other people to figure out. But that dream work and having someone to do it with, when you engaged in it. I put it out there and you engaged in it. Look at that.
So, Aaron, Sam Tripoli is going to be here in March.
Yeah.
March 23rd.
Uh-oh.
So Eric,
all right.
Eric Badby already got me tickets, so we're going to go. And if you're listening to this, buddy, I love you. Thank you.
Love you, Eric. Man, when he jumped in, it made it even. Oh, wow. He had a tattooed on his arm. I was like, what?
He's the man, dude. He's the real deal, bro.
We all are.
I wish we, yeah, I just wish we had more time connection,
If wishes were horses, beggars would ride.
But see, this is the thing. We're doing it already. We're doing it right now. We're creating community right now. This is our counter spell to fuck them up because
They don't know what's hitting them. They can't see us. I'm running a 15 hertz frequency right now on fucking Mitch's power wand.
Good for you.
That's a
dude.
cloak.
Right on.
But we're not thinking with our heads. We don't know where we're drawn. And they ain't got an algorithm for this shit.
Okay, Aaron. So listen to this story. Speaking of owls and fuck, I don't even know how to start it. Who do we have?
We hear a new guest.
New guest.
Welcome,
Right on.
new guest.
The Adam Lore.
Welcome,
Adam
Adam Lore.
Lore is able to unmute his microphone and speak with us.
He's still
We'll get
connecting to
this
audio.
worked
We'll
out.
get it. So
We heard him coughing.
he's where was I, Bob?
I have a throat lozenge right now and a glass of water, and we're relaxing our vocal cords. And Gordy's going to teach us how to sing.
Oh, do we want to do vocal exercises?
The lips, the teeth, the tip of the tongue.
People are sleeping. And I can't do it quiet. Okay, so weather witching. Last shit, I posted it in Telegram. I don't remember what day it was. Thursday, maybe. I did a little I got a garden auger for my drill so that I could do pipes, right? I want to finish up the neighborhood around here with earth pipes. 2 hours later, after I did something, it started raining here. And it went on into the next night, and which is not out uncommon for Arizona in January, but it's not super common, especially when we've had so much rain already this year. It just keeps soaking and soaking and soaking. So I go out and I'm doing my walking meditation, my Benedictine walking, Rachel, and doing trying to do an earnest Benedictine style walking with Christ. Like they had this thing of a walking meditation, and they still have monks that they call them the walking monks, I think in Italy, but it's to attain like a relationship with Christ as a brother kind of thing. And it always made so much more sense that he is us and he is just as much Aaron as I am, as Jim, as Corinne, as everything, we're all connected. Like he's my brother, like Aaron or Chance.
I'm pretty sure there's a Beatles song about this.
I know exactly which one you mean. I'm not going to sing it.
Okay, hang on. Let me get through this, and then we'll talk about Beatles all night. I go out the next night, and I'm doing a thank you, during my meditation, a gratitude ceremony, whatever you want to call it. But I'm grounding in the earth, and I pull out my earbuds because I'm listening to something. I'm like, no, I want to hear if the owls are here again. And every single time I go out there now, they're following me. And I will take like a 5-mile radius around the neighborhood, and they will follow me to each location. And so I'm so, just so grateful and just enjoying the flow of listening to nature. And I look up to where the owl is, the hooting is coming from, and there's a flash in the sky, like a psh. And between where I was looking, like behind that, is just desert. There's not, so it wasn't like it was traffic or something else. Anyway, I took it as you better listen, right? So I get home and I realize I'm all excited. I'm telling my wife the story, oh my God, you wouldn't believe they're still out there and they're following me and my babies are with me all the time. So I get in my pockets and my earbuds are gone. I'm like, oh shit, I dropped them out in the desert. Right? And I knew they were out there somewhere, have not even a clue where they are. So I go out to the last place I heard the owl and I ask her, please, if you know where, I didn't even say it. I just opened myself up and it said, where you went and grounded by the pavement. I ran over there and there they were, right there. Pretty far away from each other too. Like I must have they must have fallen or something, but pretty cool. Had them in 15 minutes and it was getting cold too, man. I was doing the Wim Hof to warm myself up out there.
I love that story. That's a good one.
Adam Lore can jump into the conversation at any point he chooses to do so.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hello,
Hey.
Adam Lore.
Welcome.
Hey, man.
Thank you. I was trying to get my video figured out, but I don't think it's recognizing my webcam.
This whole evening has been a dress rehearsal for a Saturday night show that we do. Our Wednesday night show is where we work on our production values and we practice our singing voices and our enunciation and pronunciation and make sure our audio works. Number one is audio. People need to be heard clearly. You can test your audio now.
Hey, how's it going?
Sounds great. Keep talking.
I just was wanting to draw on stream, but
Oh, you'll get it figured out. That's half the fun.
Yeah, so some of our artists tonight have two cameras set up, or rather, they're logged into Zoom on two separate devices. It might be a smartphone sitting on a bong, pointing at a piece of art that they're working on live. Another device might be using the microphone. However we configure it, we'll make it work.
Gordy, I liked how you described talking to the owls, how you just opened yourself up, because that's how you do it. When people talk about talking to animals, it's more of a vibrational feeling thing. And like sometimes there are words, like when you talk to dogs. But I've noticed, at least with birds, it's not like that, at least for me, and I'm still practicing.
Roadrunners are fun. It's really funny when you start to feel the energy of the animals, like their energy's different. Like the jackrabbits, it's really spazzy energy in like, what kind of thing. And like, I wouldn't say that roadrunners are, oh my God, I have a cryptid story. Holy shit. I just remembered. Okay. Fuck.
I had a rabbit story, but you can tell that.
Oh, no. Okay. No, you tell
Hey,
your
you
rabbit
guys,
story.
I'm going to go make some dinner, but I'm going to put you on loud and I'm going to leave the stream because I'm going to enjoy my evening after my dinner. So thank you
for
much.
sharing the videos with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are good.
Thank you, Corinne.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
I'm looking forward to this story. Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
So
Okay. Rabbits.
we have like rabbits, like just cute little buns that like hop around our neighborhood and get eaten by hawks and stuff. And they love our yard. So I kept freaking them out on accident because I would just open the back door and not realize they were there. So I go out there just to sit down, and there's one that's really close to the deck, like 3 feet away from me. So I just sat down by the front, like by the back door. I was like, I'm not going to move. We'll just hang out. It'll be fine. And after a while, it started giving me the stink eye because it wanted to go back under the deck, but I was sitting there. And I'm like, there's barriers, dude. You can just go under. I'm not going to get you. And so I thought of something, and I sat there and I just pictured sitting out there where I couldn't see it, because I'm really aware, like my eye is big and it's open and I can't not pay attention sometimes. So I had to visualize this rabbit not being there. And the split second that I did that, it darted under the deck. Like, I was like, I can't see you. Now's your chance. And the second I closed my eye, it was like, boom. It was cool.
Wow, that's neat.
It was really funny.
There's a connection though.
Yeah, they're fun.
Cool.
They're fun. But yeah, I want to hear your cryptid story.
Okay, so yeah, this just happened yesterday. No, Sunday. Yeah. So I'm going to the taco place that I can get really good meat from that doesn't have wheat, or they just have the freaking best Mexican food beef. This specific meat that's like right on.
Chorizo?
It's super fatty. No. This is like a green chili beef, but it's like they must cook it for a year or something. It's beautiful. Anyway, so I'm driving down. Oh, wait, I got to go back. Years ago, when we moved into this house, my wife, she's from New Hampshire, and she's not really, versed on the flora and fauna of the desert. So she didn't know, like, she's like, oh, she's seen roadrunners and hasn't seen a ton of them, and they kind of vary in size. There's two different kinds that are seen out here, but mainly the greater roadrunner. But she goes, I come home one day and she goes, how big are roadrunners get? I'm like, why? They're like, I just shut her, whatever. She's like, because I saw this roadrunner in the backyard that was like the size of a turkey. I'm like, what? We've got a sliding glass that you could see out, right? She swore that there was a turkey-sized or larger. She's like, I don't know, maybe 3-4 feet. And for a roadrunner, that would be enormous. And I'm thinking, I mean, I guess. She's like, I'm just telling what I saw. And, I assume she saw what she saw. I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
I believe
that
it.
It could possibly be, right? So Sunday, I'm going north on up into Vail to get my Mexican food. I see this thing trot like 3 steps over 2 lanes of asphalt. And this thing is gotta be at least the size of a turkey, like a big tom. But it was a fucking roadrunner. Like, I was like,
I saw a crow or a raven one time. It was about 3.5 feet tall. He was standing next to a mailbox, and he was just about 4 inches shorter than the mailbox, like a regular sized mailbox, a raven, I think. Huge. I've never seen a bird that big. It was like bigger than an eagle.
Really? I've seen big ravens before, but that's big.
It was huge. Between here and Idaho, I was on the road. So I totally believe that a roadrunner got big like that. They exist.
Yeah, there's lots of. So used to work with a cat that would go up to northern Arizona and fish a lot in there's these canyons near Apache Lake and Lake Pleasant, and they would fish back in there. And he swore to me that he saw a pterodactyl, something that looked like a pterodactyl at Roosevelt Lake. Maybe it was Apache Lake, because that's where the cliffs are. Yeah. And
we're looking at the logo for 19 Feathers Farm.
That turned out great.
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Johnny do that?
This looks like it's a Johnny Larson original work commissioned by our very own Snake.
You're next,
Jones.
Rachel. We're giving you a call.
Take it. I'll answer.
Yeah. Isn't that awesome?
Beautiful.
It is. It's a collective thing. That's a weave.
What are the runes?
What are Athalo and Fehu? That's the snake biting us too.
And what are the significance of the runes?
Home, ancestry, roots. You know, I don't even know if the 19 the double Fehu is necessary, but just like Ben puts his. And I'm not trying to copy him or anything, but you know, you feel it. You really feel it when you're out here.
Mm.
You know,
that you're connected to the land, right?
it takes a while, but yeah, and it's getting. Me and my wife were talking today. We're just amazed. We're planning for spring. You know, that's where we're at. It goes like, did I do enough for winter? And winter doesn't come, so you're like thinking about spring. But we're thinking about spring, and I look at that a lot when I'm planning what I'm doing out here. But
Adam
you know,
Lore, are you open for commission?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm very particular though, just a warning.
As you should be.
how would I approach it? Would I just tell you some ideas and some things that are important to me when I'm trying to do, and then just let you go at it? What you're saying?
For a commission?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm open to talk about anything, but
Johnny told me that was the easiest commission he ever had.
Let's allow
artist
Adam
do
Lore
work.
to introduce himself and say who he is and say, hi, I'm Adam Lore. You're listening to the voice of Adam Lore. So we can identify the voice of Adam Lore because many of our listeners have not heard the voice of Adam Lore before.
hi, I'm Adam Lore. You're listening to the voice of Adam Lore because many of our listeners have not heard the voice of Adam Lore.
Nice.
What do you do? What's your medium?
I'm a cartoonist. I'm a cartoonist and a musician.
Awesome.
I make comic books. I was trying to get my fucking video to work.
Is that
if anyone has ever seen the RX Only Picture Show, Adam Lore is the guy that did all the music that we played.
Yeah, like
okay.
The opening intro music. You've probably heard a lot of my like Mario Paint beats and 8-bit music.
Yeah,
It's beautiful. We're all very fond of the music.
Yeah, really charming. Huh?
Thank you. Yeah.
Like I'm like bopping, listening to it at work. Well,
Do you have a place
trying to hide from
your comics, Adam?
Yeah, actually, if you guys, well,
You could share the URL to your website in the chat.
Yeah,
please do.
Put it
I
on
wanna
the
see
screen.
this.
Trying to think what would be the best place. Probably Instagram. But right now, I just released my comic book, Toad Road Comics #1. It's on indieplanet.com. But I will let me get my Instagram so you guys can see.
Very
some
cool.
stuff. Yeah, I've been trying to let people know that it's there without kind of too much like shameless commercial plugging. And so I hate marketing and commercialism and stuff. But you got to let people know what's out there.
Yeah, and that's what we're about here tonight. That's why I'm alanmarcus.com, and other people have websites and things that they're offering to the community
Sure, yeah.
that's listening and wanting to receive them.
I
So
will
we
put
just need to make it clear how to receive these beautiful art gifts that are on offer tonight.
I do have an adamlore.com, but it's not currently updated. But if you want to check out my art, Instagram.com/Adam _M_lore. I just posted the link.
and yeah, I just put the link in the link is in the chat.
In the Zoom chat.
It is in the YouTube chat now.
But yeah, I've been I've been doing a
Very
lot of live
cool.
streaming. I just got like equipment and set up. Like I didn't really have the capabilities to live stream. So just like the past 2-3 days, I've been live streaming like a fucking maniac. You guys do swear wording, swear words, right?
We do swear wording.
Swear
We do
wording.
swear wording here.
I am well versed in the swear wording
Okay.
arts.
I don't.
I have a lot of
I
swear
don't
wording.
swear.
Not Alan Marcus.
My best.
Yeah, those
Oh.
top 2 images I was just working on today.
Are these commission pieces like part of something you're working with, or?
The top stuff is just stuff from my sketchbook.
Oh.
The stuff a little bit lower, like the comic stuff, is my my comics.
If I click on it, it'll probably ask me to log in to Instagram.
The one with the female boxers is like 3 images. You got to log in to see all 3.
Johnny Larson was live streaming 15, 20, 30-minute drawings. I enjoyed it very much.
Is he doing that again? Because
You're doing that.
I miss him.
Watching it.
That dragon one was a commission for Digital Heroes, local comic book shop here.
Dude, the Ren and Stimpy is sweet.
What's your what kind of commissions do you like the most? Like when someone brings you something.
Probably my favorite commission was Martin Archery hired me to just do like one panel. This local archery, they hired me to do like single panel, like Far Side style, like comic gags involving archery. That was a fun job.
Nice. I didn't know that was your music.
Yeah. No, you know. Except for the song. Except for the song, the song where he's singing about Mario Paint, that is not me.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't anyone know that the RX Only Picture Show song was from Adam Lore? If you don't know, now you know. We're telling you right now.
This is
Adam Lore made the music.
He's brothers with SB.
Oh, you're Sean's brother. Okay. Cool.
All the connections, all the dots are being connected right now.
We have a biological brother of SB Sean
Yeah.
Elger. Okay.
Oh,
I knew that. Did you know that?
Wait, what?
Does Snake
Wait
know
a
that?
minute.
Only one in
You're
the dark.
voice.
Yes.
You guys
Snake
are
Jones
brothers.
knows. Snake Jones knows.
We're
From
brothers.
the same mother.
We're happy and we're singing.
You
and
both have the same mom.
Give me a hug.
Do you also have the same dad?
I don't know.
You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that.
I don't know. Like
shouldn't.
I don't mind disclosing that, but I don't know that everyone wants that to be disclosed.
We need a paternity test to prove this.
You need to see the documents.
Don't reveal all your mysteries at once.
Oh, hey, by the way, since we were talking about my music, I have a Bandcamp page where you can listen to stuff for free. There's also there's an option to download stuff for a small price, but I'll link that here too.
Yeah,
I've been just trying to let people know about my links and stuff. I feel dirty to do it, but
it's tough, ain't it? Marketing.
Yes, and to our listeners on YouTube who are not seeing a highlighted video screen, that's why we pedantically say you're listening to the voice of alanmarcus.com, and Adam Lore is our featured guest for this hour.
I think we should start doing like recreating shortwave What do you think, Aaron?
Shortwave
Talk
radio,
radio.
signals?
I've got an old
Oh, shows.
shortwave radio.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do like a ham show.
Yeah, farm
Like
ham.
broadcast. Could we broadcast this on ham radio?
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Great idea.
There's bands. Yeah.
Possible.
Cletus down the road. I think he's got a ham radio. Would love to hear it.
Right? That's always who it is. Cletus down the road with the
Pirate
ham
radio.
Yeah. The dude with all the tires yonder. Man. That guy would he listened to China. It's always like the oaky neighbor with like stuff in the car. Like cars on blocks on the
Man,
somehow
SB,
there's always
you guys are brothers.
always a
The hell?
toilet. There's always a toilet in somebody's yard. Why?
Oh, you got to see my neighbors. 100 cats, toilets, everything. It's great.
Why the toilets? Why?
Why?
I don't
Why
know. They're
toilets,
saving
man?
them.
They love to put toilets out in the
You're gonna need
yard.
porcelain later? What do you need that for?
Washers and dryers, F100 truck,
Yeah.
extra trailer that my neighbor tried to burn down. It had tires in it. It was crazy.
They put flowers in the toilet. I love
Yeah,
that.
they put flowers in the toilet. Yep. That's what our neighbors did. My grandparents' neighbors in Oklahoma did. Actually, it was probably my cousin. Had
I'm a
I
little.
don't know,
on the
man. It's just one wrong turn out here. Next thing you know,
yeah. You
Yeah.
start hearing the banjos.
yeah, don't.
There's a lot of music here on this
Yeah,
Bandcamp
please share that
page
link.
by Adam Lore.
Wow, this is all. Wow, this is
play
great.
some.
Yeah,
Not
can we
only
play
are
some?
there album art, but there's 14 songs on this Polyhedron radio album by Adam Lore.
Oh,
It's 14 songs that many people probably have never heard before. We've discovered new music tonight together.
Yeah, you opened a whole new world for me, Adam. Shame on you. Hiding like that.
Sorry.
All right.
I made a little bit of progress on my video. I have at least an OBS logo displayed, but I don't understand why it's not just showing my video.
Yes, so if you open the OBS software,
Oh my god.
what do you see? Is the software open? And
Yeah,
is
the
it working with
The software is open and I can see, like I have my video on there. Like my
Okay,
webcam.
and then on OBS, the output might not be selected correctly.
Oh, the output.
The output in OBS is the input into Zoom.
That's what I got to figure out here.
That's okay. We're still doing our sound test.
Output.
We'll go live on Saturday and it'll be beautiful. But for now, this is our dress rehearsal.
I love you guys so much.
And just in case you haven't heard, Benjamin Balderson will be with us this Saturday for a special guest.
What? He wasn't at the dress rehearsal and you're going to let him go live on Saturday?
Well, I think we can let him slide in.
He's been on before.
He's been on before.
Episode 19 of Odin's Alchemy. Who's on? Come on.
I gotta find that link. Where's the link to Odin's Alchemy?
SB's gonna do it. That's gonna be cool.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna do Mark. I'm gonna go on my family thinks I'm crazy with Mark Steves on
You fool if you didn't.
Tuesday.
About time.
That's gonna be fun.
Cool.
Yeah,
Your
that's
family
gonna be
knows
fun.
you're crazy though, right? They don't think you're crazy.
Oh yeah, they know. They know for sure. They, oh yeah, I have documentation. I've been diagnosed.
That's a whole nother level when your family knows you're crazy. First they think you're crazy and they're
Like, oh yeah, when you get the, yeah, that's
That's nice, dear. Go back to the
Yeah,
basement.
like Jim was that. That was
nice.
Jenny B's meme of of the Thanksgiving table. Where isn't it all love and light reptilian man has here? I don't remember how the
that
meme
was a good
goes.
one.
It's great.
So
One
what's his
Our
chance.
job?
very own Rachel on Benjamin Balderson's Rockfin page at Odin's Alchemy in episode 18, and you're saying episode 19 is soon to release with SB Elger.
Right.
Beautiful.
That's a big one. Episode 19 is huge.
Oh, cool.
Perfect.
So people can log in to Rockfin. Do they need to have a login to watch a video on Rockfin? Let's see. I'm not logged in. If I click on this video, see if I can do it live.
No, it's free. I know you have them.
Balderson, you don't.
Right.
I don't think you need.
I'm
one for
being a little
Balderson.
opaque here. Right. This stuff is free content. You can view it on Odin's Alchemy, Rockfin, and oh, it's loading. I've got some ad blockers and some script blockers, so it might not load, but we'll see. Interesting. You can search for BJ training on Rockfin. Does anybody else think that? I didn't type that. Does
You
anyone
pay
else
for
see
that.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't type that. I promise you that.
that's a pay thing.
Yeah, you gotta pay to see the BJ training.
Top searches on Pornhub per state. Mine was hand jobs. That's
What
my
is-
fault.
What is Idaho doing? It's a giantess. A giantess. Is that a thing?
That's a big bitch.
Oh my god!
Stick.
And was it Wisconsin or Minnesota that was cartoons? What was it, Alan? Was it Minnesota? Like has a thing for cartoons and furries? Oh, was it Alabama was furries?
Ooh, furries have
Well,
Oh my
we
God.
do have representation in the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon. There's a city in Minnesota
Yes,
that is
Frostbite
fictionally
Falls.
represented in Rocky and Bullwinkle. Yeah,
Frostbite Falls,
I gotta-
Minnesota.
Yes, that's the one. And the movie Boris and Natasha, the live action movie. If anybody remembers the movie titled Boris and Natasha, the live action movie.
Man, you know the worst
Unfortunately.
movies. You know the worst movies. It's amazing to me. It's
Make
like
you
a
guys
gift.
watch.
Making me watch these terrible, shitty movies.
You started
Oh, I'll
it.
make you watch.
I
I'll
know,
make you
it's
watch some
totally
good
my
content.
fault. It's totally
I'll
my
make you watch
fault.
some good content, and then I'll make you watch some terrible content so you appreciate the good stuff even more.
Right. It's like
Count
you
your
have to go through.
blessings.
You have to go through trauma to understand where you are in life.
Hey, I bet you were there for the first episode airing on Comedy Central of Mystery Science Theater
Dude,
3000.
oh
I know
my
I
God.
was.
I watched
Mystery
that
Science
so
Theater 3000 is another Minnesota creation.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Those are good times, man. Headbangers Ball and Mystery Science Theater
was-
3000. Good MTV.
I watch Manos in the Hands of Fate.
Mono's in the hands of fate. I need the robe.
Yeah, I think I also want that robe.
Right? I've actually thought about it. It's really funny. I was like, you know, it'd be really fun to go to a Comic-Con or a horror con as Monos, the guy with the mustache. Like
See who knows.
cosplay that and see who figures it out. That'd be really funny.
That would be funny.
I haven't been to a Comic-Con or anything since I was like 12.
I went to one. I dressed up as Death from the Sandman.
Yes, you did.
And-
Oh, nice.
Oh man, I did.
I bet you
And
nailed it too.
it was so easy. And I ran
Yeah.
into one other person who I ran into only a couple people who knew who I was. One of them was dressed up as Delirium.
Oh, cool.
And all I could hear behind me were these nerds going,
who invited the goth girl here? I'm like, wait a second, I'm in a Comic-Con. What?
It's a
Do you not? How do you not know this?
stop reading anime, you nerds.
Also,
I used to sit at
did
the
read a lot
nerd
of
table until they got picked on, and I had to start fighting all the bullies off.
Here's a nerd fact for you. I'll go to the nerd website, reddit.com, and say nothing more about it other than obscure media reminds us that the original version of the low budget bowling game show comedy, Let's Bowl, which, like Mystery Science Theater 3000, started out as a local Minnesota TV show based in the Twin Cities, that's Minneapolis and St. Paul, before becoming a national show on Comedy Central 6 years later in 1995. Let's Bowl Channel 41 episode 1 is quite fun, and maybe I'll make you guys watch it with me.
Oh, that
I've
would
already
be
seen it
fun.
100
I've never seen
times.
that. I didn't know that it started with a Let's Bowl.
Yeah.
Wow. I used to watch what is it? What was the thing they did after Mystery Science Theater where you just buy the MP3s and you'd sync it up with the movie and just play them both at the same time? So you were watching Star Wars.
Cinematic Titanic.
It was
Laugh tracks.
Riff tracks. That's it. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, the Cinematic Titanic was a project by Mystery Science Theater 3000 creator and original host, Joel Hodgson. The project involved riffing, in quotes, on B movies in a manner similar to that of MST3K. That is Cinematic Titanic.
Were they involved in the
Riff
puppetry
tracks.
too?
Yeah, they made everything.
That's
why it's a hockey mask and gumball machine. And a bowling pin.
Oh,
It's
great.
genius, man.
Yeah.
Again, that's the connection to Let's Bowl.
The bowling pin.
The bowling pin character. The Minnesota
Nice.
bowling. Right in the middle of the winter, the best sport for a Minnesotan to play is bowling. In a bowling alley.
Is that why all the bowling stars in the 70s were from Minnesota or the Dakotas?
Minnesota. Eh?
It's a
Like-
possibility, yeah.
North and South Dakota, like I don't know why I know that fact. Holy crap.
Do you guys
Did
remember
Did I watch bowling as a kid? I mean, it
we
was
went
on.
bowling?
On ESPN 4 or
Yeah.
5 or 6 or 7.
No, man, not in the 70s, man. It was on ABC's Wild World of Sports. It was like taken seriously in the 70s.
Now, is that a Freemason game? Like baseball?
I don't know.
Who invented bowling?
That is one.
What's the occult? What's occulted in bowling? What do we got going on here? We need to take a look at it.
Scores.
10
Strikes.
pins arranged in a pyramid shape. I'm already suspicious when I'm seeing pyramids because I learned Illuminati symbolism from the Vigilant Citizen. How am I
The
doing?
black ball hits
You're
the
great.
pin, rednecks.
It's circles and
Well, it was
Very
9 pins, and
phallic.
then they turned it into 10 pins. So that's the inversion there.
Yeah, there's a couple different versions of it. They'll say it came from Italy, right? The Boca ball, or what's it called?
Bocce ball.
bocce.
Bocce ball.
There was a European cattle pin bowling that they still do in New England.
Yeah. So it's a game that's been around, of course. I mean, no wonder.
So you're making an axe?
Yeah,
Jim?
Jim.
I
did it.
Are you making?
He's making a mold.
You making a bronze axe head for me and
I'm
one
gonna
for
have some
me
axe
and one
handles for you,
for.
bro.
It's gonna be a
Snake?
ceremonial axe head, but yeah, I'm gonna
Oh,
mold it.
bitchin'.
Look
Once I
out,
get
Dr. Fauci,
smooth.
bastard.
Dude.
I'm gonna send one to Snake so he can make
Oh,
some.
if you sent me an axe head,
Yeah.
I was kidding. That is fucking rad.
I've been collecting axe handles just for that, like not knowing it would ever. And I collect beaver sticks. So what the beavers do out here in these naturally spring-fed creeks where I live, they make little dams, but they'll chew the bark off. And when you find the ones that sit on the bank for a while, they get dried out and real nice and hard. And they're beautiful. Each one is different. Little beaver sticks.
Dude, beaver are amazing.
Trees, saplings. Yeah.
That's
They're
so
pests
cool.
out here. Everyone hates them.
Yeah, they do get to be a pain in the ass sometimes, but just watch them.
Yeah.
Sit with them. They're amazing. I remember doing that fishing when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like not paying attention to the fishing and just sitting there watching the beaver.
Yeah, we have a pond here with a beaver dam that breaks every now and then. When the beavers aren't there, there's a year that they're not there, the life isn't there. But when they are, it'll dam it up. They get the little beaver home, and you could just be sitting fish and watch them, swim around.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's really
you can even
cool.
see them build their
Yeah, to watch it happen.
very
That's
sacred
pretty
animal.
Yeah,
They
for
build a
sure.
home. They raise a family. They pair up with they pair up and they have a family.
Yeah.
They'll build you a swimming hole.
Yeah, that's what it is. And then
And a place to fish. It dams in the fish, so the fish get bigger when they're
My buddy
going through there.
had a spot, and there was a beaver dam right by his spot, and they had this perfect. It was like a perfect shower waterfall. So he was staying out there during the summer, and he would always go take a dip, and the beaver dam made a waterfall that right on his head until it flooded. And
you're engineers, man. If you go sit up by a beaver dam, like you get close to it, you can see the intricacies of how they weave these sticks together and the mud, and then the water will just come off like a little inch how they want it, and it'll create a waterfall.
cool.
Some are big, some are small. But I mean,
welcome Adam Lore and
Hey,
Adam
how's it going?
Lore camera.
I figured it out.
Nice.
The Allen cam.
Figured it out.
Let's go full screen on Adam Lore's camera.
That means mute.
Man, that is very arousing. I don't know if it's the gun. Probably the gun.
This is what I was working on today.
Whoa.
This did not turn out very good.
Yeah, Pelosi's not that pretty. Are these people you know?
It's just like images from books or magazines or I've been looking at Pinterest lately.
You're like my wife.
Pinterest is awesome.
Well, that one's good.
I have a bunch of stuff saved, but I hardly ever use it on there. I guess you got some other stuff. We were looking at these on
It's arousing as well.
that Instagram link. Arousing.
Might be the antennas.
Oh, that's from
You recognize that?
Yeah, that's from Radar Women from Mars or something like that.
Oh, I didn't even know what
just-
it was. I just saw the image on the internet or something.
I just watched this recently because I love all those shitty old movies.
You just recently watched the movie that this is from?
Yeah, like
Oh,
There you go. That's how it works.
Are they
maybe a few
Asian?
months ago? Yeah, they're Asian.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
It's I don't remember what the name of it is. But sometimes I will put on weird ass things at work, like because while I'm working, and I'll watch like one of those shitty kaiju movies or something.
Sure, yeah.
And that popped on. I don't remember the name of it, but yeah, I recognize it.
Bro, these are very
That's
arousing.
crazy.
I think it's the gloves.
It's the gloves.
You keep saying arousing.
Huh.
Is this one arousing?
Maybe.
A little bit?
Hey,
Maybe.
It's got a lot of chi, baby. That chi is hot.
none of your business.
Hot. There you go. Oh yeah,
here's
show it.
There's some
There we go.
arousal for you.
There we go.
Jim, can you force Adam Lore's cam to be full screen? all the
Skinless
time?
cadaver for you.
It's a heterosexual type of arousal. Makes you want to work out. do things.
Yeah, I get that.
I know chicks are always checking out chicks. Dudes are checking out dudes. I'm like, oh, you think you're badass, huh?
Like, oh yeah, I look like that. I look hot too.
Peacock feathers come out.
Sisters, sister power.
Oh man, you girls, we're back on the mountain with Ben at the farm. You're out there working, and the women come out and they're on the porch, and you're like, oh, man, fuck this shit, right? And they come out and you see them looking at you, you're like, oh yeah, oh, I got something happens. Some kind of chemistry going on there. You just start working harder, and they're like, dinner will be ready in a half hour. And like, fuck yeah. And you know, there goes the majority of work's done in that last half hour. That's it.
Magic.
Yeah, magic.
The magic ego.
Yeah. But hey, you're out in the middle of the woods.
Hey
Murder
man,
Mountain.
you need it. You need that.
Good times.
Keeps
All
you
right.
safe.
That
I
is
think
amazing.
I'm gonna call it. Ran out of paint, and this was a lot of work.
It's looking great, dude.
So-
You're really good at these. I'm so
Thank you.
impressed by all the people in this community, man. Like, I'm very thankful for you, all you guys' associations. It's fucking rad. Anyway,
Thank you for continued inspiration and sharing your knowledge and wisdom and your laughs and your jokes and
oh, dude,
all your
thank you.
experiences. It means a lot. It's really amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. I
Thanks
hope
for
so.
sharing your time. So love you guys. Love you all. Thank you everyone who's been watching. You know where to find me. If you don't, you will. So long.
That looks
Good
gyroscopic.
Good night, Rachel.
Good night, Rachel.
Bye.
So
Hey,
I'm
Jay-
gonna
Oh, sorry.
read from. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam. I want to hear from Adam.
I wanted to ask Jim or anyone else. Did you look into the expanding Earth theory?
Yeah. That's that one guy. What's his name? Oh yeah.
Tiny bit, but do you want to talk about it?
Yeah. Adam
I-
something
look-
maybe.
Aaron, are you thinking of Neil Adams?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, the comic book artist Neil Adams.
Yeah, Neil Adams. This is his thing.
Okay, so you guys know about this.
Yeah,
Yep, we're going way
I've been
back.
following Neil Adams for like since I was a little kid because he was like one of my favorite comic book artists.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, and so when he started doing those videos,
Yeah.
on I think he put it on Facebook or something like that. I'm like, oh my god, like that's the man. He knows these dudes. Like they have kind of a.
You cracked the egg. It's the first
They
time I
have-
thought, wow, it could be something different.
You want to tell me
really
about
interesting.
Yeah, so Neil Adams got the majority of the science from this guy named Carey. I can't remember his first name, something Carey. He's a Australian or Tasmanian, actually, I think, geologist. Actually, very, very famous geologist. There's another guy named Maxlow that's also into it. There's sort of like 3 or 4 different versions of the expanding Earth theory. The main thing that they disagree on is the mechanism, what's causing the expansion. But the basic idea for anyone that doesn't know, it's like that if you go back in the past, the continents used to be all together, not just like Pangea, the whole like the oceans are removed, and it's like the continents fit together like a spherical puzzle that just covers everything.
Like expanding like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was smaller. So it's like if you have a sphere that's half the size. See, this is what's interesting is some of you guys don't believe in spheres, right? Spherical, you believe in spheres. You don't believe in the spherical Earth, right?
That's an assumption.
So I've been fascinated by the idea of a flat earther looking at the expanding Earth and doing something with it. Like, how would that play out on a flat plane?
Yeah, man, that has always made sense to me since I was a little kid, and I looked at a map how all the continents fit together this way, like in the Atlantic, and they also fit together in the Pacific.
Well, you noticed that?
He also applies that to all the
When I
other
was a little
planets like
kid.
Mars and the moon.
Now, it
Yeah,
has
so-
to be. It has to be smaller, or else you just, that's how those things moved out. Because the Pangea thing doesn't work because they fit the other way too. So it all has to be one landmass.
So the inner Earth is a white hole. So all the black hole stuff comes out somewhere, and it would be in the center mass of a planetary body.
Yeah, so that's what's interesting about expanding Earth is you have these wildly different interpretations of what is causing, because a lot of them believe that there's a mass gain. The planet is gaining mass. It's not just expanding, it's getting more and more massive. It's getting heavier and more material. There are interpretations of the expanding Earth where there's not a mass gain. That's the version I believe in. I don't believe in a mass gain. I believe it's just a matter of compression. That the planet used to be the oceans used to just cover everything, and as the oceans have dissipated, once the pressure was released, it's like it's able to expand out. That's what I believe in. But there are some wild ideas of matter generation at the center of the Earth and things like that Neil Adams is into, and he believes that that's like the origin of matter, where energy turns into matter and things like that.
Well, so
yeah,
I'm thinking immediately the Brown's gas machine and L.C. King and the whole galvanic battery cosmology, because one of these phenomenons that occurs with the hydrogen generator, the HHO machine, Brown's gas machine, is they get this black sludge that collects on the plates, and they don't know where it comes from. So it's gaining mass.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, because these cosmologies are worth entertaining, and it's good. It's weird how it's like the JFK event, like every single conspiracy that they have that could be like how he got killed. Same thing when it comes to the realm we're in. But I'm thinking more batteries. So, because I don't know about black holes and white holes anymore. I'm entertaining them more. Are you trying to arouse me again?
Is it working?
You are. Anyway, yeah, I like, and even a 2D to 3D to 4D to 5D kind of mentality. So you're talking about maybe a 2D, 3D reality of expansion and mass, I guess.
I mean, I don't think that there's anything that spectacular going on. I think that it's just a matter of the planet used to have much thicker atmosphere, much thicker oceans. The oceans were hundreds, thousands of miles above, like everything was covered in oceans. Planet used to be a water planet. Once that has dissipated, it releases the pressure on the crust and it expands out. That's what I think is going on.
Well, yeah, apply that to the galvanic battery thing with the plates. They collect through salt water. So salt water is the bridge, the mercury, whatever. And so as you add water, it becomes more, there's more energy flow, there's more battery in it. You get what I'm saying? It's creating itself as a battery with the water. So you're adding more water with your someone else help me out here because it's 2 a.m. We're talking about galvanic battery, which is electrolysis, I guess. Right? Damn,
Like in a hydrogen cell or a galvanic battery, there's like a fluid with salt water fluid or whatever, which is what the reaction goes through. And there's an anode and a cathode.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you run a current between them, but they're not touching. The current goes through the media, and it goes. I think it goes from the anode to the cathode.
It does.
And then, so what happens is it splits the H2O and into oxygen and hydrogen, and the oxygen is attracted to the anode and the hydrogen is attracted to the cathode, and that's called Brown's gas. But also there's like some crud that also is created, which is like an extra thing that's not really
That's really interesting because that reminds me. So a lot of expanding Earth people. Oh, did I lose my? Oh no, it's gone. They're into this idea of these deep sea vents. It's like it's like vents at the bottom of the ocean, and it shoots out this like very dark black.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It might be a similar thing as what you're talking about. There's something black that they believe that's the matter generation, like that's what is being that's where the oceans and stuff and the matter is coming from, is these deep sea vents. But I don't know that much about that. I've just heard them talk about it.
It does feel right though, like with the like that's always made sense to me. The electric universe thing. As soon as I heard it, it's like, you know, ring of truth thing, torsions. When I heard, oh God, who's the face on Mars guy?
Oh, yeah.
Where's
he been?
Yeah, where did he go?
Anyway.
He was talking about UFOs using torsion physics. That the anti-gravitical drive was based on a torsion physics, and he was saying that the planet itself is a torsion, you know, the electrical, that he was relating it to the magnetic field around the Earth, which Neil Adams does too, that it's a big part of the cosmology. And I believe it, man. Like, because when you're out meditating in nature, like doing like really heavy grounding work and stuff and energy work, you can feel your torsions kind of spinning.
Interesting. Yeah. A lot of that electric universe stuff is really interesting, especially the plasma stuff, plasma cosmology and stuff. It's kind of separate, but overlapped. But
yeah, the plasma cosmology. I forgot about that. I need to go back and look at that stuff.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up,
long
man.
time.
That's some foundational stuff. When I first saw that back, I think it was like 2009, and it came off, or maybe even before, early 2000s.
The Neil Adams thing?
Yeah, because he was on Coast to Coast. And it was back in the internet days where you could actually see his.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
And now that we've got the amazing work of L.C. King and all this stuff, and we're talking about electric universe, electromagnetism. Ken Wheeler's a good guy. So what you're talking about is toroidal and hyperboloids and 0 point energy. So all of a sudden, I'm going to try and draw this. So my son today, when we were at the store, he picked up Ellis. He got himself an iron cross. He thought it was great. It's a little metal. And that iron cross is two toroidal fields together. And I think this is where the occult knowledge is. So I'm going to draw a very terrible model.
Wow.
But it's two toroidals. Can anyone see this? I can't see myself. Hold on. And I'll show you real quick what you're talking about.
I can see an iron cross.
Each one, if I do a circle, here I'll use I just got some new. Thank you, Gabe. I got a bunch of dry eraser markers and whiteboards up everywhere.
It's the earth plane and the battery cell.
So each one, if you can't see it because there's a negative, I'd have to draw. But each one is a toroidal field, two of them, and the 0 points in there. So you get your male, your female. This is potentially a description of the galvanic system coupled with toroidal and all that stuff. So that 0 point is the center of your Earth. And this is where that brown sludge is coming out of your, because it's becoming a better battery, I guess. You have your salt water, there's more water. Or no, I'm sorry, less water, more land. Or maybe it's degrading, I don't know. But it's an interesting thing to think about.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Okay, so we have
something that may be less interesting. It's a high resolution, low resolution image of Jupiter. If you look closely at it, you can see the NASA lies right here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. That's about 4 different NASA lies I just spotted through their space telescope photo of Jupiter.
There's a UFO in the back.
We have radio telescopes.
Yeah.
We can make images out of radio.
That's great.
Are you seeing this clearly? This image of Jupiter?
Beautiful.
Wow, I never saw such detail on a planetoid spheroid luminary thing before. Is that a trident there? I can't tell. Looks like a water planet.
What made you think of Neil Adams? Adam?
The other day, something you guys were discussing, I brought it up. I can't remember, but I've been really interested in it recently, the past few months, because so about 15 years ago, I saw that same video that Neil Adams did. It was like one of the first YouTube videos. So it blew my fucking mind.
Yeah.
For a few days, I was like so convinced. And then I was very kind of naive back then. I just read sort of someone kind of debunked it, and I just bought into it without looking too much. So like, I just kind of stopped believing in it. But more recently, just a few months ago, I became convinced of it again, because I believe in
conviction's a strong word.
Yeah. I don't know. I've always, he convinced me that the continents fit together.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know if I believe that the earth is expanding. It just doesn't, there's too many reasons that I didn't believe that, but I was convinced that the continents all fit together like a sphere. Like I thought maybe there's a couple, maybe there's other ways it could do that. But anyways, more recently, I've become convinced of it because of this other theory that I believe in, which is called stellar metamorphosis, where planets are really ancient suns. They're ancient stars. They've gone through an evolutionary phase where they lose mass, which seems opposite of the expanding Earth, but they lose mass. So like the sun will turn into a smaller red star, which will eventually turn into like a brown dwarf, and then Jupiter. And then that will turn into like a Neptune. It's like this whole evolutionary development. Sure. Neptune will eventually look like Earth. It will become an ocean world. It will lose its oceans. The land will pop up, and so on. So that's what I've been convinced of, is that the planet Earth, the planet Earth is a ball in my worldview, is an ancient crystallized sun.
Whoa.
So at first it seems to totally contradict the expanding Earth. But like I said, it's all the pressure from the ocean world phase. Once that goes out, then the inner crust and mantle that's expanding out. It's not the entire planet. The planet is not really gaining mass. It's just it's like baked bread, it expands out.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
So this is so you're restoring the mystery of what a person's cosmology experience should be. And I think that's amazing, especially the fact that 15 years ago when we first saw that, it was like my first real experience of like seeing another cosmology
yeah.
And it was beautiful. But I wish I could have carried it through. Like you said, I was naive and all that stuff, and I just couldn't buy into that childlike mind at the time, I guess. But yeah, keep going. I highly recommend checking out L.C. King and Ben Balderson's talks about the galvanic battery, because that applies.
I may have seen one. I think a friend may have shown me one of his things. That sounds familiar. Some stuff to do with batteries and
look into Ken Wheeler.
I know Ken Wheeler. I know.
Yeah. And his toroidal stuff, because that might explain where the mass is coming from in the center of your bodies.
Well, I don't believe in mass gain, though. I believe in mass loss.
Right. Well, again, God, it's arousing. Stop. Put a gun in her hand. Machine gun.
Does that make it more arousing or less arousing?
I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. You ever put a gun in a chick's hand? Oh, man. Beautiful thing.
It's interesting that you find it arousing. Like I oftentimes view stuff like this very kind of like not cold, but like kind of objectively. Like I don't sexualize beauty in when I'm approaching it as an artist. Like I
didn't say anything about sex. I just said aroused.
Oh, non-sexual.
There's
arousal.
something.
I'm aroused.
There's something aesthetically interesting when you see a woman hold a gun and pull the trigger and fire the bullets, and the way she reacts to it because of a shotgun or an AR-15.
Yeah.
That's all we're talking about here, right? Is just
Oh, I don't
a
disagree.
woman holding a gun at a firing range, firing a weapon, and then watching a teenage girl or a little girl firing a gun. That's just not something you see very often. But when you do, you're like, that's interesting.
That's interesting. I like this. What's happening to me?
So we should address this real quick before we get too far off of Hollow Earth. Cheney in the chat said, "New theory. What if it's still all land planet and Hollow Earth is all water? What if the core of our planet is salt water crust?
Yeah.
What if we have a leak in our seal?"
Oh, interesting. I've heard a lot of evidence of there being a lot more water in the mantle and crust than they thought before. I've been hearing that lately.
Oh, she posted a video also. I'll look at it to help you. I'll be the sacrificial lamb and screen it so I don't have to make Alan. Uh-oh. Oh, wait.
I'll do it. I'll do it before you get to it.
Yeah, I'm done.
Here's what I'm talking about.
No, that's
Chloe Moretz holding a gun.
Move.
Something wrong with that girl.
Well, if that doesn't do it for you, there's other ones on Pinterest.
I'm gonna show you.
It's just like I said, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's anything other than interesting that they would sometimes use the image of a young girl holding a gun to arouse in the viewer an interest into the scene. Okay, that's how we're using this word, arouse and interesting together, because you're looking at this and you're thinking, what is going to happen next?
Oh my God.
Is she going to shoot her foot?
Oh, you guys have to look in Telegram like right now.
Here we go. I think I found it.
Cheney is hilarious. Alan, can you show that image?
I don't know if I can. Am I allowed to? Where am I looking?
Where's the
See that
battery?
fine.
What? There we go.
Oh, chicks with guns.
Yeah. She already did it. She found chicks with
I
guns
think I
for
got
you,
it here.
Aaron.
Is this the chicks with guns imagery we're looking for?
Yeah.
Chick with the gun. Get you a chick with the gun.
Gun show.
That's a big mama hen with big guns.
Great equalizer.
That's what happens when you try to steal her eggs.
Aaron, that's not arousing. It's a chicken.
Wait, hold on.
I thought that was your thing.
Let me see. Nice.
So who in our artist community will be the first person to draw this image?
Chicks with guns.
That is your art prompt for the night. Begin now.
Someone made a lot of money off that. Kudos to them. Amazing. Whoever that human being was.
It's a Photoshop job. Yeah.
No, it's real. They've got little chicken arms you put with
Is it
wire.
photoshopped or is it like
No.
plastic arms?
No,
Those are
there's
plastic
plastic
arms.
arms. You can stick them. You can order those.
It's real.
Yeah, you can get them for your chickens.
It's freaking awesome.
Well,
post that.
now I need to see a
I am
video of this.
Yeah, find the commercial for it. Oh, also, wait, we have.
Where's my video of chicks with guns? I got some.
Yeah, I don't know why we're on the topic of women with firearms.
I think it was
No,
because
chicks
of my
in the-
drawing.
And we're talking about it.
Jump in, Cheney.
I guess we could talk about the movie Rust and the female gun handler in that terrible situation, or not.
Rust.
Rust, gun,
Alec Baldwin.
death, accident, female gun handler.
I saw some rock
Female
film
crew
channel.
member dies after prop gun misfire. Alec Baldwin Rust was
Oh,
the name of the movie.
yeah. That ain't right.
I mean, that's probably the worst possible outcome.
So when you want to put a firearm of any kind in like someone's hand for the first time, the best weapon would be something like a revolver because they're so safe. They don't have misfires.
Yeah,
which is
always
so
do.
bizarre.
Revolvers are great.
Just saying.
HeManChicken.com is the website where you can get the first WSW NFT, Chicks with Guns. HeManChicken.com. Well, I'm gonna try to visit that URL and see what I find. Is it even registered yet? Guys, we have to register our domain names before we advertise them as being the place to get our NFT.
No.
So are the majority of people here flat Earth believers?
Cosmic egg.
Cosmic egg.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I don't know what that is.
That's awesome. You will.
I mean, I've heard of that as a general concept, but what is that as it pertains to the shape of the Earth?
My first notion of cosmic egg really kind of got solidified with Victor Schauberger's son. So he was looking into the toroidal field like his father did. He continued the work, and he had found a mathematical formula that was perfect, and it involved the egg shape that came out of the vortex 0 point of a toroidal. And so he was suggesting it then, and it just felt good, honestly. So if you haven't seen like the cosmology of the Norse put it in there. You know, they show it's actually where's Chance? Darn it. Look at the Chance's stuff.
I'll get that picture. What's his name?
Yeah, what's that guy's name? Lindsay knows him too.
It's late. Well, I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm fading, guys. You know what? I'm gonna read from our.
Where are all my photos, man? That's upsetting.
Oh wow, this is a real thing. Chicken arms.
Listen to this.
Oh, there it is. Nice. I got a hot chick with a gun.
Look at that. Oh yeah, dude.
Get them from Walmart or Amazon.
Hot chicks with guns at Walmart?
Could we do a WSW wish list and have people send Snake
me
He-Man chicken arms?
I got 40 chickens.
Yeah, let's guys, I think you can do a wish list where it'll go straight to your address and nobody knows, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we do that and get 19 Feathers Farms all jacked up on He-Man arms?
Oh, I'll send you something back.
Dude, that'd be so fun.
There's a chick with a gun. So hot.
Like everybody pitch in and get one chicken arm. It'd be fun.
Sure.
And then make Snake do a video on 19 Feathers Farm Telegram group.
I will.
And on his 19 Feathers Farm YouTube channel and have a bunch of chickens.
There's another hot chick with a gun up in New York. First time ever.
Is this a Telegram exclusive image?
I'm not going to say the names, but you should be able to recognize these amazing divine feminines.
Oh yeah,
cool. So blessed to be in the presence of.
And for those listening and not seeing the image, that is because the images are exclusive to the Weaving Spiders Welcome official Telegram chat. The title is Chat Weaving Spiders Welcome. t.me/WSW chat.
Totally exclusive. Please check it out. Is that what you're saying? Like it's exclusive, but everyone go check it out.
I'm not going to share it on the stream right now. That's why it's exclusive.
Oh, I see.
God, what a magical week.
Tell us about it, dude.
And Rhinebeck?
Oh wait, you know what? I'm sorry, dude. I am so tired. I want to hear it, but I've got to.
Yeah, read your book.
I got to work.
Please.
I got to work tomorrow. Again,
Gordy has to read himself a bedtime story.
I do. The old man's got to relax after dealing with the world. It was meant to go. I keep forgetting my eyesight is actually getting better. I can't read with glasses on anymore. It's weird. I was meant to go. Just when you think you've hit a plateau or a wall, the universe conspires to invite you to climb up and over, to stretch out and get bigger, and to run ever faster toward your goal. Every crisis is an opportunity at the core. You can use any food to grow, any stimulus to learn new responses, any space opening up from the destruction of what is left behind in order to build new structures and develop new methods. Let the towers shake and fall. Whatever you've done to shore up your foundations and build upon the most firm ground below will pay off in keeping you solid, but bending like a reed in that storm. And anything that crumbles was built on shit, not part of you. It was meant to go. Use every struggle as a starting point. Dig down deep to build the firmest foundations and let go of everything that fell away.
Can you read that again?
Just when you think you've hit a plateau or a wall, the universe conspires to invite you to climb up and over, to stretch out and get bigger, and to run ever faster toward your goal. Every crisis is an opportunity at the core. You can use any food to grow, any stimulus to learn new responses, and any space opening up from the destruction of what is left behind in order to build new structures and develop new methods. Let the towers shake and fall. Whatever you've done to shore up your foundations and build upon the most firm ground below will pay off in keeping you solid, but bending like a reed in that storm. And anything that crumbles was built on shit, not part of you. It was meant to go. Use every single struggle as a starting point. Dig down deep to build the firmest foundations and let go of everything that fell away. We are the future, Charles. They no longer matter.
Yes.
Let it fall away.
Love you, Gordy.
Love you, bro. Love all you guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to crash. And thank you again. You guys have a wonderful evening and magic dreams, bros.
See you later, Gordy.
See you on the flip.
How's that
Jen,
accent
do you
coming?
have the FlowState music?
It's coming along. I'm trying to get it smoothed out and
So that's
squared up.
you're gonna put a mold around that, right? Like how
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna-
use sand and bronze, or
gonna mold it so I can make multiple copies of it, and then I'm gonna make some patterns of it, and then with the on each of the patterns, I can carve designs into them.
do you have the ability to melt iron You have a smelter or anything?
I don't have it here. Temperatures are a little higher than
Yeah.
what we do for bronze, but it's around. I know some people that can do it.
We got 19 Feathers Farm is loaded with iron ore just on the top of the ground from,
Oh, cool.
I got some big, I'll send you pictures. We'll talk about it later. I
Cool.
thought maybe you could, or I could, you could use that iron off my farm to forge them.
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be great.
I'll send you some videos of how to make some hot furnaces out of scrap stuff.
Rocket stoves?
Yeah, rocket stoves. I mean, that's pretty much the idea. You got to get them really hot for iron, but
yeah,
it's definitely doable.
Oxyacetylene setup, maybe.
Yeah, you can make a forge for pretty cheap. You can use plaster of Paris 50-50 with sand, and make sand bricks out of it, which they're normally pretty expensive if you buy them. But there's some pretty cool stuff.
I need a farmhand so I can have free time to do this shit.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to make a gasifier.
Yeah.
Been checking that out quite a bit. Pretty cool stuff.
You're living in your shop now, aren't you? You're so busy.
Hey.
I know you are.
I'm here quite a bit. I wish I had more time. I don't have a lot of time to do farm stuff, which I wish I did.
Yeah.
I feel you.
I'm grateful. I don't know how much longer it'll last. I might take a job in the mine. I know I'm trying to. Nepotism's at play, so I'm like at the bottom of the list, but I want to get down in the ground, man. See what's going on.
Fun. Interesting.
What?
Hard work.
Any goblins there? Any kobolds? Or any creatures in the dark of the
Kobold?
cave, of the cavern? Inner earth tunnels?
Something going on. I think it's like anthills. Cities are anthills. They just come out from under the ground, man.
Yeah.
Adam's Hollow Earth. God, look, there's some side boob too. Oh man.
Not Hollow Earth. Not Hollow Earth.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Not hollow, but filled with water. Ocean.
Well, I've just been reading
Aquifer
recently
Earth?
that there seems to be evidence that there's a lot more water in the crust and in the mantle than they really realized before. But
are you open to space being water? So like if you were to
Space.
travel from here to Mars, you're actually just going into this different type of water above. And that's why like
no, I don't believe. I believe in you know the term plenum or plenum.
Plenum, Plenum, the Latin plenum.
Perennium.
Not perennium. I've heard it pronounced plenum, but it's derived from the plenum. Maybe that's another way you could put it. It's similar to the word plenty. Or
Plenum.
I think pleroma is another sort of Gnostic term.
Pleroma, yes.
I think related to.
Absolutely.
In physics, plenum is a space completely filled with matter, or the whole of space. So regarded plenum, Plenum.
That's what I believe. I don't believe in space. I believe the entire universe is completely filled 100% with the densest matter possible everywhere. It's moving around. And that's what gives everything form.
Water, though. Would that fit in your cosmology? What is the dense matter you're talking about? It's not empty. I understand what you mean. So let's say, could it be water though? A denser water?
No, because water is hydrogen and oxygen, right?
It's 2 hydrogen and oxygen, yeah.
So yeah, the plenum thing is like on a more fundamental, smaller scale. It's like the fundamental building blocks of the universe. But I mean, I'm open to the idea that that space seems empty and a vacuum and all that, but it is not at all. Space is not empty at all.
Right.
So similar overlap there.
Plenum as a noun can also mean an enclosed space having greater than atmospheric pressure.
There you go.
It can also mean the space above a false ceiling used for cables or ducts,
Oh,
etc.
wow, I didn't know that.
When I watch Spaceballs, and they went to what was that planet with the Druidians, and they turned to suck the air out of the fucking planet. I was like, wait a minute. I was young. I was like 80s. I was like, how does all that doesn't make sense? If there was a vacuum of space, all the air would be sucked out. It still doesn't make any sense.
Vacuum is not possible.
So it had to be something denser, and we're the lighter in between, a dense Earth and a dense, yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe in density either. I think density is sort of an illusion. Everything is like if you froze the universe right now, everywhere is equal density. It's just moving around in different shapes.
You got an artist perspective. No, it's beautiful. I like it because you need that.
But yeah, there's a ancient Greek philosopher Parmenides. Have you guys heard of him? Are you familiar with him?
No.
Parmenides is super important in terms of this type of stuff, vacuums and atoms and stuff. Parmenides had the philosophy that everything is one. There's only just one. The universe doesn't move. Nothing's happening. It's all just they call it the Parmenidean one. It's just this total absolute monist thing. Like he believed that nothing can really happen. Everything that seems like it's happening is an illusion. And this led to all kinds of debates, which led to the concept of atomism. Atomism actually is a reaction to Parmenides. Parmenides had the Parmenidean one. The atomists took the Parmenidean one and just put a bunch of them in a void. So atoms are Parmenidean ones, basically, as a starting point. That's what they kind of called them. But Parmenides has a pretty good argument that you can't have empty space. There's no way to have an existence of nothing. There can't be a spot where there just isn't something, because it doesn't make sense. If there isn't something, it can't be there. He just kind of reasons it out in a way that sounds very convincing, and I became convinced of that. But other people had similar things where it's like Rene Descartes had his vortex cosmology, where he believed.
There you go.
He believed in a plenum, but he believed that everything was like swirling around in these different patterns and stuff. So kind of similar to what I'm talking about. But yeah, that I became convinced of the law of Parmenides, that there can't be empty space. And my solution to that was, it made sense that the universe just has to be filled with matter everywhere. And the way it gets its pattern and its form is through the motion of the way it moves around, which when you zoom out and you speed it up, just, if there's something moving around in a similar pattern, it's going to seem more matter. If there's something zooming way past, or it's just scattered and noisy, it might seem more like liquid or empty space. Like I think empty space is either zooming right past us, or it's static. It's just noise. It's just moving frantic. It's not moving in any kind of logical pattern. One or the other.
If I took one of my Argus 35 millimeter cameras and I set it up, pointed to the sky, and I did a long exposure of 1,000 years, what would or let's say 26,000, what would the image look like? You know what I'm saying?
I think it would just be noise.
It would just be light, because you're talking about there is no empty space. We might be under the illusion that there's empty space, but imagine a long exposure type image of the night sky, just for instance. So you're talking about like,
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Like if you did a long exposure for a night, you get these like streams of stars, right? Like it's like lines of stars or like swirls,
and it fills in all the gaps that we think are there, but they're not. Is what you're saying? I don't know. That's where it's a photographer type of viewpoint. Because you've seen research? Have you looked into Victor Schauberger and his stuff?
I don't recognize the name, but maybe.
Yeah, I think it would add to your beautiful cosmology.
Is that the battery guy you're talking about?
No, that would kinda. Victor Schauberger. He's the guy who invented the log flume.
The log flume.
Yeah, he was an Austrian you know, probably a Nazi or something too. I don't know what kind of shit they'll say about him. But
okay.
Yeah, no, he was a naturalist. So his teachings is observe, comprehend, and copy nature. So all technology arises from nature, and that's all he
Oh, there
was
you go.
doing. And he also talks about how it all begins in the tributaries and streams is where all life begins. He also shows you a back to the water, because this will add to your
Yeah.
cosmology. He shows the actual water cycle and how we're only looking at a small part of it, that the actual water cycle goes deep within the earth, deep within the earth,
Sure, yeah.
deep within the sky. And there's this long cycle, but it's tied to the living water is what he's talking about. Electric water. He also was able to show that there was electrical currents within our water streams and stuff like that, which is living water. Then his son
Yeah.
picked it up later with the vortex stuff, and they were coming up with technologies through art, like egg shaped faces. So you if you were to hold water in a vessel, the best shape it turns out to keep it in is like an egg shaped vessel, where there's always like this really slow flow that keeps the
Like
water alive.
the shape of a fish in the right
Yeah.
temperature of water, it creates a vacuum in front of the fish.
Yes.
So it can swim
Oh, interesting.
effortlessly through the water. And he did a trick where he like dumped warm water into a creek, and there's a fish swimming, just at the same speed as the creek. So it's like staying just right between his legs. And he's standing with his legs straddling a creek. And he dumped warm water into the creek, and the fish fell out of that flow. It couldn't maintain its position anymore, and it lost the vacuum that held it there, and so it just flies downstream. Like there's these they're like seeds to some kind of a tree, and they're like a corkscrew shape. I forget what it is. Some sort of tree that's in South America or something. And when they put them in water, they corkscrew through the water and actually like
Oh yeah.
move upstream. It's insane.
Oh, like an Archimedean water screw.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
And that's kind of some theories that people have, that maybe they've made jet engines using his technology. So
These are applied sciences, applied engineering. They have built these things. He has what they think is the first UFO. That machine. They're missing a part too, which they probably aren't missing. They're just not showing it to you because they're not going to do all the work for you. You have to figure it out yourself.
Like the engine creates a vacuum in front of it, so it creates a vacuum in front of the airplane that pulls the airplane into the vacuum constantly. So when the conditions are perfect, the shape of it makes it fly free, without using energy.
Oh wow.
It's pretty
The
cool.
cosmology is good. Like I wouldn't even. That's great. You brought us back, dude. Well done.
One thing that's interesting, you're talking about, I thought you started to talk about like sort of the origin of life in the ocean. Is that what you're saying a little bit?
No, I'm not saying anything. If I'm talking about things like anyone else, but like Schellberger talks about the streams in nature, the smallest tributaries.
Oh, right.
And he shows you it's a battery, but he shows how just the shade of the trees along the creek will create a cold bank, and in the center of the stream you have the sun warming up and heating the middle of the water, so these vortexes of hot and cold are created. And going back to like what Jim also was trying to explain with the tree, just the shape of that vortex in the water, and it's propelling itself, the fish, but the vortex. So wherever you can apply that to worth looking into, and it probably would, add to your beautiful little cosmology you're presenting. Because these guys, when I would imagine that when you present a cosmology or a theory to the world, you're looking for other people to add to it.
Yeah.
It's an invitation.
I think we had a Arcs Only picture show where Adam was explaining higher dimensional realities.
Yeah.
That was just insane.
Wait, we were talking about height, like dimensions
Yeah,
or realms.
I guess. Well, I think
Was
both.
it like geometric shape? Oh, it's probably both. It's probably geometric, like 4-dimensional tesseracts and higher dimensional shapes, and the different realms like heaven and hell and Helicosta and Hethos and
Yeah.
Edema and stuff like that. Yeah, I have my 7 realms. Like I went through a very religious phase where I was like, I was convinced I was like this, I was like a mystic. I was like a Gnostic mystic, and I was like writing scriptures and stuff, and I was like channeling these
what was that
secrets of the universe, or these different 7 realms and stuff. What were we saying, Jeff?
What was the name of that entity that you dreamed about and you drew? I forget.
The entity. Do you remember anything else about it?
It had like wings, and you wrote a song about it.
Excalibur Calvis, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Excalibur Calvis.
Excalibur Calvis is a slogan, not an entity. But yeah, I had this. I don't know. Maybe it might have been something else, because I had 2. I had one was Excalibur Calvis. The other one was, I had this like song from another realm. It was like Zerang Tuk Yorinko Vare, and I just like had this song, and it was like this heavenly choir, and I just knew the meaning of it, and it was like it must have been like in a different tuning or something, because when I try to record it, it just doesn't sound right. But I knew that Zerang Tuk Yorinko Vare meant, I can't remember now. It was like something like eternal wisdom through spiritual kindness or something like that. It was something like I don't know. Yeah, I had this
eternal wisdom through spiritual kindness. Jim, do you remember what episode Adam shared this on RX Only? If we could dig that up at some
I'd have to
point,
look.
share that again.
I think it was his second appearance.
Okay. Yes, because we have gone back and shared RX Only picture show episodes, and there are many of them, and we've talked privately about having viewing parties or re-premiering old episodes in some way. Maybe Adam and Jim and Sean and everybody could get together and then re-premiere an old episode. And then kind of Mystery Science Theater 3000 style, kind of pause the video and then talk over it, kind of explain, then and now, kind of do a commentary track over some old RX Only picture shows.
I don't know if I could stand to do that, but I would be up for it. I hate listening back to old videos and audio myself.
Just put on your brain horns. You can do it.
But yeah, I would definitely be up for that. It'll be interesting to hear too, because I was on, I think, a couple times, and I don't know. There were some interesting conversations.
It went deep that one night. I mean, it went deep every time, but I think Sean left, and then we
just like kept going and going, right?
Yeah, your cosmologies, and it was just blowing my mind. That was insane.
Oh, maybe I was telling you guys about the same theory that I'm telling you about. Was I telling you about like the plenum theory and stuff?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I mentioned the law of Parmenides last time. I'm probably repeating myself.
Well, it's new to everybody, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was cool stuff.
Back then, I didn't believe in the expanding Earth part of it. There's all kinds of stuff that comes with that, like how it affects geology and the dinosaurs. And
speaking of geology, if you guys don't mind, we're supposed to read, and I brought a book. This goes along with it. But I found this book 2 weeks ago. The Earthquake America Forgot: 2,000 Tremblers in 5 months. This is a entire book about the New Madrid earthquake in 1811 to 1812. And crazy. It is. I mean, it opens up with something that we all should be. Wow, what we're experiencing. First chapter is amnesia and recall. So this book was written in 94. And when you go through it, you find out that this, a lot of things some people have talked about already, but a lot of this applies to liquefaction, mud flood, firsthand accounts of what Missouri was like during the earthquakes. You know, the Tecumseh comet that came in that was up in the sky for 14 months, that it was prophesized by Tecumseh himself and other things.
Wow.
It gives you a snapshot of things we forgot about, that there was a 400-year civil war going on with the Iroquois Nation, and that from Missouri on, it was the Wild West. There was no whites over there. And you get to read in here about these Native American tribes and stuff that were well established in all these areas, living along with them, with I guess the Europeans, they say, the immigrants, no problem until the earthquake happened. And then there was a great, displacement of people from all over. And that was just a start. By 1815, 1816, we had the year without a summer, and people were fleeing from Pennsylvania and northeast and stuff like that. This is a great book.
What was the year without a summer? It was cold.
Yeah, they said you listen to a guy. He's great, Jared from Static in the Attic, and he could show that there was Mount Tambora had erupted. So geology and earth stuff, like, I mean, that adds mass right there. You're making islands all over the place.
Nuclear winter.
Yeah. Nuclear what?
Nuclear winter, essentially. Like blocks out the sun.
Yeah.
There's ash, and you have a miniature cold ice age.
Particulates in the air. I mean, you're pumping out one of the most, what you learn, and this is stuff I don't get. One volcano erupting puts out more CO2 and all that stuff, particulates in the air, than any human being civilization could do in its entirety. And they're trying to sell us on climate change,
Yeah, it's all money making things. There's nothing wrong with CO2. There's nothing.
No, I need it in my green room. My green room's bad.
Exactly.
Brewing beers, making mushrooms, trying to get CO2 in here and breathing like, bro.
Yeah,
you learn that and you're like, wait a minute.
It's a breath of life.
Breath of life. Yeah, the geography. So what made a 9.0 earthquake, and that wasn't even the biggest earthquake of that year. It didn't open up with one. So every day they were getting, it was December 16th, 1811, the first earthquake occurred at 3 a.m., witching hour. Woke people up. And now, could you imagine, you're in your homestead, you're well established, you've been there, you've done this journey, and you get this earthquake, and you're thinking, oh, that's it. No, it keeps going every day for 14 months.
Oh, wow.
You got geysers, sand geysers erupting, fissures cracking and creating new creeks and emptying lakes. New lakes are formed. Firsthand accounts of people coming back a year later, or engineers and all that stuff, to see the change of the landscape. It's ridiculous. So the other concept we need to think about is earth changes and how quickly they can occur. In reality, they might be hiding that. So the West Coast. So some would say, like, well, what is manifest destiny? What is it they're claiming when they say manifest destiny? Could it have been these sudden earth changes with earthquakes and weather, making people displaced and weakening the American Indians to where we're able to come in and take over with our pots and pans and whatever? And they call it manifest destiny. Did people like the Catholics understand cycles? Was Tecumseh not really prophesizing, but just understood the cycles and knew that these were the times that they could see in the astrology that they knew? And so did the Catholics, and that's why they decided to come over here at this time, that this would be a good time to make our move, type of deal.
What year was the earthquakes? What year
the particular one with the New Madrid in that area was 1811 to 1812, beginning in December 16th. So that's around winter equinox time. People were talking about.
That's the Dalton minimum in sunspots. There were almost no sunspots.
Brilliant.
That's interesting. I'm sorry, what?
We got Missy jumped in. She's on the card.
I didn't mean to, but you know what? Fuck it, I'm here. So I'm gonna put on my earpods and we're gonna do this, I guess.
You heard.
I was dropping off my girlfriend Hannah at work from work, so
What's up?
hang on. Well, hang titties. Give me 5 seconds. I'll put my AirPods in. It'll sound a lot better.
I'll give you 5 seconds for titties.
Everyone needs 5 seconds for at least some kind of titties.
Adam's been hooking us up.
I can't figure out the lights on my new car. I got this one.
Maybe try talking to them. Say the name of your car and then say lights on.
I have a Jeep Wrangler, so we don't have that kind of
not a
technology
smart-
with the Jeep Wrangler. It's
Not a
it's
smart
Rubicon.
car.
It can run over processors, but it doesn't do well with commands.
The processor.
Sound better?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a sound test. We've been sound testing for the last 4 hours and 20
Way
minutes.
better. So yeah, I'm driving home. What are you guys doing?
Weaving.
Didn't mean to do that. Oh, what are we leaving about? What are we into today?
Well, we're trying to
We've been
pick up
talking
on
about
Adam's.
cosmologies.
Yeah.
Cosmology, huh?
Earth shapes, Earth changes,
Oh, like Urumba or whatever it is.
hurricanes, volcano eruptions,
Oh,
Oumuamua.
I know you guys followed the stuff that was going on in the Canary Islands, right? We talked about that before, Jim.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
The,
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, what do you think about Urumba? Do you think it is an explanation for the cigar-shaped spaceships that people saw previously?
I know that there's a lot of UFOs sightings around volcanoes. I don't know.
That's been going on for a
I
long
th-
time, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if those cigar-shaped UFO sightings are just space telescopes.
Or
and
they're just
taking
mini
pictures
Uanubas.
of Venus.
You know, Venus is the morning star that is Lucifer. You know that, right?
We don't know
Right?
it.
Did we
No,
show you
according-
the high resolution
according-
picture?
According to our Saturnic history.
Yeah, that's not my cosmology. That's theirs.
Again, according to our
Right.
I almost said historic,
That's
I'm
all I
going to say
meant.
Saturnic history. We are in fact dealing with, when we talk about the morning star, right? We were talking about the same bullshit, the star fork shit. We're
Yeah.
talking about Saturnic ritualistic stuff. We're talking about Lucifer, who is the morning star. We're talking about Venus. The interesting thing about Venus is it's one of the few planets. Like, we know exactly what's going on in Jupiter. It's not hard to see. Like, you can literally look at
No,
satellite
I
pictures
have a
Jupiter
picture
and
of
go,
it right
that's
now.
what's happening. Yeah.
Are you
But with
looking
Venus?
right now at
Yeah.
your screen? I have a high
don't-
resolution image of Jupiter.
I don't see its big red spot. So
She's driving, man.
Oh
I can do
yeah.
both. I can talk shit and drive.
Just be careful out there. SB came on and he was.
I'm about not even 4 minutes away. If I would be even closer if I hadn't given the bartender a ride home. She may be the cutest little booze take home thing. Can you guys see this on camera? She made me a fucking pint. She's like, here's an actual pint. She's like,
It's a
my
sealed
boss.
container.
Yes. It's like
It's
like when
completely
you put
sealed.
Japanese soup. It would be soup usually, but it's booze. How sweet was that?
Right. So we're clarifying for our blind viewers that this is a completely sealed adult beverage container.
it is. It's
Completely sealed. And
Margarita?
no no beverages
I
have
was
been
sober enough to drive the bartender.
while the engine has been
The
running
bartender-
and the tires have
It's not
been
like it's in my
spinning.
garage. Everyone's gonna be fine. Hannah, the bartender, is 22 and she's single, gentlemen, and she's fucking adorable. She's really cute. She's 22, but she's got an old soul, like everyone here can attest to. But she's got an old soul. Doesn't matter. All the songs
If
that she
she's
likes
looking for
are all the
a
songs that I like.
husband, Bring her on a weave on Saturday night, and then you can auction her off to the highest bidder.
She usually works on Saturday
what you'd
nights,
like to do.
but I bet you cash money, I can get her to at least come on for a little while because she's fucking brilliant. Very smart girl.
You're in Texas?
She could join us on a Wednesday night.
No, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
Hook her up with
As
my son.
evidence-
Does she hold firearms?
I do not know yet, but I know that she's a painter. She likes to paint.
Okay.
And she showed me some old
Earlier,
work.
we were talking
and it's
about
good.
women holding firearms.
What do you bang with,
Well,
Missy? I know you do.
We just said it.
Well, you know,
You're
that's
judge,
just
We said it was interesting.
women holding firearms.
We said it's interesting to see
See,
women
already
holding firearms.
Women holding firearms is just an extension of your dick, isn't it?
The great equalizer.
That's also an interesting idea.
Okay, guys, I made it home. Nobody died. I got a pint.
Perfect. Let me show you that picture of.
See, that's not, gentlemen, that's not what you
Jupiter.
should worry about. It's the cup of booze that I also have as well. That might be a problem.
I don't yet have a high resolution image of Venus, but I do have one of Jupiter, and I'm sharing it now. If you can see it on your
All
screen.
you need is a picture of a falling angel. It'll solve all your problems.
That's a 4 megabyte, $2 million camera right there.
That's 2
I think
MB.
this was
That's
taken
4
by one of
mobile
those
version.
cigar-shaped UFOs, which are actual space telescopes, taking pictures of
Uanuba.
Jupiter.
Uanuba. Whatever it's called.
Jehovah.
Look at the image, Missy.
What was it called? Uanuba? Was that right?
Oumuamua. Missy, look at the
Oh, that's
image,
right.
the high
That's right.
resolution
That's
image
right.
of Jupiter. Are you seeing
It's
this
basically
in great
cows in
detail?
space.
Do
Instead
you
of
see
pigs in
how
space, they did
large?
cows in
Do you
space.
see
No
how
more.
large those loons are? They have ginormous loons on the surface of Jupiter.
Those sound like really mean birds.
Space birds.
I'm not drunk, but I can't figure out my garage door. So
No, I
That's not
like
my
the
fault.
idea that these UFOs are sentient life forms, that they are actually animals in space.
yeah, but men like the idea of porn. but
swimming
it isn't
around.
real.
Duck right there.
Farscape has a Farscape
and
has a
let's be legit.
living spaceship
be legit.
that they're operating in.
They're-
It's a living
The
entity.
Muppets had a whole thing about pigs in space.
Why would you build a submarine when you can just take a trip in the belly of a whale?
Or you could just get Ghislaine Maxwell to drive it for you.
Well, that's another option.
Y'all haven't seen me drunk yet. You have no idea how
I
ridiculous
don't want
I
to see
am.
you drunk. As long, hey, you're not drinking gin, are you? If you are, I'm out.
No, I don't because I'm not British and it tastes like pine asses.
Good.
It's
Chicks
a
with
pine
gin.
tree's asshole.
Raw meat either. That's a dangerous one. Tequila's cool.
Raw meat?
Really?
I'll eat raw meat. I won't drink gin though.
Good. Do you work at the bar?
I've never worked. Well, not in years.
So you're just hanging out, having fun with friends?
That was Hannah checking on me. What a great girl, dude. There are all these women out there that men aren't meeting, and it's just sad. There are good women out there,
Well,
gentlemen.
that's
Who
why
said
I
that
was
we shouldn't
suggesting
listen? We know that.
anyone.
She said, "I loved hanging out with you, Hannah. The feeling is equal. Wait, the feeling is mutual.
What's her sign?
She's a Cancer.
You can't just get along with Aries. Hook up with my boy.
I'm a Taurus, so we don't usually get along, do we?
Uh-huh. I'm a Leo. I
Look
just
at
get
that.
along myself.
My whole garage is a shit show, so I'm trying not to show that, but whatever. It happens, I guess. Y'all haven't even seen my cute fucking outfit. Look at this.
Yeah. What year is it? Do you know who
It's
just drew you? Go back to that drawing you just made, Adam.
I feel like Cha-Cha from Greece.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Adam remote viewed you.
We got a synchronicity here. I
Check this
think.
out, Missy.
It's a similar dress. It's a similar dress. This is what I was drawing earlier.
See, look, psychic connect. Well, no, No, she looks like she needs to eat dinner, and that might be Bruce Jenner. And that
Well,
And it
let's
rhymes.
be
She looks like
clear
she might-
here.
She looks like she
Adam-
might eat dinner, and it might be Bruce Jenner. It rhymes.
Adam was working on an image of a
Was it in Miami?
blonde-haired woman in a
Mm.
dress, and now
That's
you are a blonde-haired woman wearing a dress on stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So that
forgot I
counts
did
for
this.
something.
I forgot I did that. I did that at the bar. I
That's
was like, I'm gonna fix
twice
this.
that's happened this evening. We got Rachel's drawing. I wasn't paying attention, and I broke out Dr. George W. Carey's chrono wheel.
This is not George W. Bush. I'm happy.
Is he alive?
I don't know.
Papa
I saw
Bush.
his daddy's funeral. It was fucking a shit show with his envelopes.
The creation of the art during our art party, our flow state, has created in our reality an actual representation of the piece of art that a spider has worked on.
Is that where
during
we're
this
going my
evening.
dress? Because
And-
it's got like
Gordy was like watching the fucking movie of that picture I drew to that sci-fi movie.
Telling you,
I
man.
can't see it.
Right.
Manifestation.
Dude, my dress is
It's
fucking
the
adorable.
mental connection.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Future writes the past. Just saying.
Again, I feel like Shasha from Greece. Like I'm a bad girl that knows shit. Not really.
Wait, it's not the weekend. What are you partying on the weekday for? You're one of those type of girls?
Are we talking about the weekend now? Because I can bring up Drake and we can have a conversation for like an hour.
Self-employed girl boss weekend on Wednesday night. Yeah. When
I
you're
made my own hair
self-employed
clip.
girl boss.
I made my own hair clip tonight. It's just tape and like I got drunk. A little bit drunk. Look, I'm a
Dare I
little
say
drunk.
arousing
Just a little
again. God.
It works to live 5 minutes away from your house when you go to a bar.
Jim has flow state theme music, and perhaps we could dance to it if we were to hear that flow state theme song.
I tried to write a rap song for him.
We don't have
He
to end the
refused to
show,
accept it.
but I would certainly like to hear that song right
I
now.
wrote a flow state.
within the
I wrote a
next
flow state
few
rap
moments.
song for him, but he refuses to listen to it. So
Let me find it here.
Yeah, we want to have that ready to go because it's been 4 hours and 35 minutes since that song was played for the first
play it
time.
again, Sam or Jim.
How long do you guys usually go for? Or
What is all
What-
those dick pictures? Oh,
what's-
no, it's a phone.
what's like a long session for you guys?
Oops.
We
Oh.
usually try to keep it under 6 hours.
6 hours.
Oh, this is so much fun.
So my kid painted a jellyfish.
Whoa, that's cool. Looks like a
Nice.
We do
tornado.
treat
too.
this as a live stream, so it's okay to leave the stream open so people can jump in and jump out. It's a lot less formal than what we try to do on a Saturday
Yeah.
evening, where after about 2 hours we do try to force an
That's
intermission
formal?
so our guests can have a.
Is that formal?
I mean, it's more of a there's more of a format is what we're trying to say. This is less of a format, less of a formality.
You guys will never guess what this is.
Flow state,
where we
man.
try to break it up.
Nice. You are nice.
Could you rotate it 90 degrees so it can fit in the camera, and then just bring it real close to the camera? Bring it close to the camera. No, rotate it 90 degrees again, and then fill your entire camera. Now bring it closer. Bring it closer.
Why do I feel like I might be having sex with you right now?
I don't know. That's arousing. Night of arousal. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it until after I made it. I was like, hey, I could do a vagina monologues about this. And then I realized the picture has 1,000 words. I don't need it.
Did your husband build that for you? Your workshop?
I'm not married.
What?
Yeah, fuck it.
The flow state.
Wait, there's great guys out there, you know.
I have a great dress.
Jim's got a great song playing right now. Let's listen to the song.
Turn it up, Jim.
It's as loud as I can get it. I need to remix it.
Yeah, you'll have to share the files with some other spiders so that they can play it.
Man, how do you guys get anything
Yeah, we
done?
hear your voice comes in on the song, but then the music kind of goes quieter on the mic. So whatever the setup is and playing it back. That's why at the beginning of the show I was saying, "Turn it up, Jim," because it was like we
Yeah.
hear some music softly,
It's definitely already
and
turned
then
on.
we hear the voice louder.
Turned on.
I think maybe Zoom is picking up on the audio and then trying to silence the background noise.
Turned on. All you need to do is turn it up.
Here's the voice and it.
I've got a different. This is just the audio itself. I should just re-record the lyrics.
Told you I had a rap song for you, but nobody likes my rapping apparently.
A little bit louder.
You could live do the vocals every time. That'd be a lot of work though to get into the zone to sing the Flow State song.
This is nice music. It's making me want to take some clothes off.
It makes me think of Dave Matthews Band's saxophone player. That's no longer with us.
WSW OnlyFans page. Come on, guys.
We have an
Get
OnlyFans
a
now.
Patreon
here.
FlowState.
The WSW Patreon account with
FlowState.
FlowState.
with the spiders boudoir photos. Make it a 16-month calendar.
Why is it 16 months? Because that's like 2 babies.
More value, I think. You know.
More value.
Yeah. More photos.
We're playing this. I'm gonna open packages.
Snake Jones wearing any pants? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
He is. This time.
Good time.
Because it's cold out. Yeah, we'll get some
I
fire.
drove home drunk on camera. Sup?
The show usually ends when Jim goes home for the night.
I'm not calling him that.
If I ever go home,
Not
Where's
in the
your
flow
home?
state.
Are you too good for your home?
FlowState.
That bitch took my lighter.
FlowState.
Sing to me, Jim. Come on, man.
All right, I'm gonna kill the live stream.
Don't kill it.
Let's say
Go to
goodnight
bed.
to everybody and good morning to everybody and
I just got here.
thanks for making it to the end. The live stream will end, but the party will continue. The Zoom link remains if you find it.
Why are you gonna
Yeah.
kill the live
Gonna
stream
say-
but continue to party?
We're gonna say goodbye to everybody on the live stream.
Just bots.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, bots.
Thanks
See you
for
on Saturday.
watching.
WSW.